city feels so dark when no one's around. We're sitting in my car. The silence is so loud. I don't know where the hell we ended up, but all I know is that it feels like we're stuck. We're not going anywhere. I swear it feels like we haven't moved. We're not going anywhere, and I've run out of things we can do to keep the fire burning. When you hurt me the way that you do, we're not going anywhere. It's always up in the air with you, with you.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition, the eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
From the sunny shores of Goa, the sun meets the sea here and history waits to be written. The stage is set for the most important knockout chess tournament in the world. 256 of the planet's finest minds have gathered here, grandmasters, prodigies, and champions, each with a single goal: to survive. $2 million in prize money are on the line, and for 3 players, a golden ticket to the candidates. The final gateway to challenge the world champion Gukesh. In this arena, a single move in this knockout tournament can end a dream or ignite a legend. This is the FIDE World Cup. Welcome, one and all. I'm John Sargent. I cannot wait to get started alongside International Master Jovi Hauska and Grandmaster Ben Feingold. Folks, this is it. The biggest knockout tournament in the world is about to begin.
Oh, it's exciting, isn't it? So many good players in the world all gathered here in Goa, you know, just fighting out for those 3 coveted spots. So many stories, John. I can't wait to be a part of this.
Yeah, we're going to see a tournament with the most number of grandmasters that we've seen this year, and it's going to be really exciting. And it's an event that never ends. It'll be good. This is my only day commentating, but I'll be watching the next 3 weeks.
And the event goes on for such a long time, but for some players, they'll be participating in the first round, and if they lose, it is a knockout. It is about as brutal as it gets. Let's take a look at the format. It's a single elimination. We've got 206 players there. That is not a typo because the top 50 seeds get a round 1 bye, so you add those up and it's 256. There are 2 classical games in each matchup. So we'll have one today and one tomorrow. And if the match ends in 1-1, tie breaks will occur. And this is the format that's going to be the time control for every single board in this playing hall. It's 90 minutes for the first 40 moves and an extra 30 minutes when you get to move 41. You get a 30-second increment for each move you make starting from the beginning of the game. Nice and straightforward. But you've got 2 games here that determine whether you progress or not. And this is the sort of thing I would argue in some cases, unlike a Swiss, maybe, Jovi, where a single mistake, you're
definitely
out.
not like a Swiss. Exactly.
There's no bouncing back.
You make a bad move. I've been in a situation before where I've been in a World Cup knockout, and the whole thing is I made my crucial mistake at midnight in a tiebreak. And this is what separates this type of event from a Grand Swiss or Swiss event, because there you can keep on going, you can keep your hopes alive. Here, one fatal flaw and that's it, you're on the plane home. How brutal is that? How intense is that? And of course, it's as exciting as possible.
Now, Ben, this is a little bit unusual because typically in chess, when we talk about one mistake's going to end everything, this is all rather exciting. You can't afford to let the nerves get the better of you. More often than not, we're talking about rapid and blitz or the faster variations of the game. It's interesting that we're ramping up the pressure because this is a knockout format, but it's actually still at a classical time control, so it makes it a bit unique.
Yeah, you don't see this format too often. A 2-game knockout, slow chess. As you said, most knockout tournaments are either rapid or blitz. And
right.
You get to play a lot of games. Here it's only 2 games, so you don't have a lot of time to make a mistake. And because of the format, we're going to see a lot of upsets, which is what we want to see. So that's the good thing about the format.
We're going to see the upsets from where we are here, but of course the players are playing for quite a lot. You can see there are top 3 candidate spots, winning positions there on your screen with a hefty chunk of change as well. But it's $2 million on the line for these players. I love that the prize money extends all the way down to the top half of the field as well. It is top. It's obviously weighted towards the top, but it's not so top heavy that it's absolutely ridiculous, which is great. The whole field gets paid, and it's so unbelievably good. It's very important as well for so many of these professional players to, oh my goodness, this is the departures board at an airport. What have I just landed myself into? Jovi, help me make sense of this. What's going on?
Well, we have like 82 players from, well, 82 countries is what I want to say, represented here. I mean, we have the best of the best. I mean, we have the top players in the world all fighting for those candidate spots, but we also have countries sending their national champions as well. We have international masters, we have young talent, we have a real mix. And I also saw on the first board that someone I'll be cheering for was, of course, veteran of the game, Grandmaster Michael Adams. But I mean, these are the best of the best. And I'm seeing top on that board is Tingjing Yao from Singapore, a rising talent there in Singapore. But the games are about to begin, and here we see that is President Dvorkovich, right, making the first move for Jeffrey Zhang.
Exactly right. That is Jeffrey Zhang, exactly the highest rated round 1 player, playing with the white pieces today. So the ceremonial first move has been made, and Jeffrey says, actually, you know what? I'll take that back for a second and have a think about playing something else. But the players in the hall are getting ready. This is... we just caught a glimpse of Michael Adams there. Ben, I want to ask you, when you're in this position in a tournament, the first move's about to get played, is it a period of high tension or low tension? Are you completely relaxed because it's the start of the tournament, you haven't properly, played and you don't need to think about getting into your opening prep yet? Or is this as nervous as you're going to get?
No, it's pretty tense at the beginning because especially at this format where it's a 2-game knockout. But yeah, you have all these expectations when you go to the tournament, and then you have the person in front of you and you get really nervous, and it's difficult to play at the beginning. And then people play themselves into shape. And after you play a few moves, then things start to get more normal.
Wow, yeah. And look, we can see there as a young Yazkan Edamush, just 14 years old. I believe he's the top seed in this particular round because, as you mentioned earlier on, John, the top 50 players, they kind of got a pass. They got an easy ride of things because they just get automatically through down to round two. So
Yep.
here we have, and he's facing an opponent, Nagi Abugenda from Libya.
So the games have now started. We see, I actually quite like that the top 50 seeds have gotten a pass into the second round because with so many players in the playing hall and this being a knockout tournament, I think we were discussing it collectively before the start of the games. There are so many stories in this playing hall, and it's fairly normal in a knockout tournament that after day 3, a lot of those players are going to be going home. Some of them will cause fantastic upsets and continue, and we'll get to carry on talking about their stories. But I like that we get to focus outside of the top 50 here and take a look at some of the other players, some of the great backgrounds, some of the maybe different federations we don't typically cover. And we get to see some of them on camera as well, which is fantastic stuff. It's really nice to have this sort of platform.
Absolutely, John. I couldn't agree with you more. And what's really interesting about this particular matchups is we've also got to look at the context because the players will have known that they've been going to be playing in a World Cup for quite a while now. So, of course, you can set aside some time for training. You would have come in and thought, okay, this is my opponent. This is my preparation that I'm going to be doing. And you can already see here from White that Abigenda from Libya has taken a pause because E6 has come as a surprise from Edamush. Edamush doesn't normally play E6. And so now what to do when you have spent perhaps weeks or months preparing for a Sicilian and you are faced with a French defense on your board?
I feel like
that's
mentally...
amazing that you can
Sorry,
prepare
Ben,
your
could
opponent
continue.
on move 1, but it looks like White is totally baffled at the move E6. So the top players can play any opening, and they don't want to play something their opponent's been preparing for months. So it's going to be common that we see the top players get out of their opponent's preparation right away and get to something where they can just play chess and outplay their opponent.
But Ben and John, I'd like to kind of put ourselves in White's shoes because here you've been preparing for months for a certain particular opening, and your opponent, who's 26 plus, 14 years old, one of the world's biggest talents, done amazingly well on the FIDE Grand Swiss. I could go on and on if you can let me continue. But okay, Edamush, fantastic talent. Like, what do you do? Do you go into your normal stuff or do you try to kind of wing it and go into something else?
It's a horrible position to be in when you get to a board after preparing for an opponent and they play something completely different. Luckily, when that's happened to me in the past, my opponents haven't typically been 700 rating points higher than me. But even still, my gut reaction is to say, okay, if they're going out of their way to surprise me, then I want to try and go out of my way to surprise them. So I'm now thinking about sidelines where I can play something wild on move 3 and see if I can outflank their preparation. But against a player like Erdogmush, things like that don't tend to work, which is very, very frustrating for Nagi right now, I'm sure. But this also won't be the first time he's had to face the French. It's not like he doesn't know what move to play on move number 2 or anything like that. He's sitting there mentally recalling his prep, going, okay, I have to shift into this mode of play now. Let's remind myself what sort of lines I might want to go down, what I'd want to select, what I wouldn't want to select. Let's get that settled in my head before this game gets going properly, is probably what's going through his head right now.
Yeah, and he's also thinking that Black prepared some line in the French defense based on what White has played in the past. And he's trying to figure out what my normal prep is and what that could be and whether he should play something else. And he's trying to, he's almost outthinking himself on move 1. Because, thinking 10 minutes on move 2 that could cost you at the end of the game. So he's got to move at some point.
Yeah,
That's a great
I
point. You've got
completely
some of the longer classical tournaments with time controls where you get extra time after move 40, after move 60. It is just the one opportunity to have extra time added in this time control. It's the same for everyone in the playing hall. You start with 90 minutes, you get an extra 30 minutes at move 41, and that's it. So you don't want to be spending too much time on move 2, on move 3. I'm sure we'll get several boards in the playing hall, Jovi. We always do, where at move 10, we've got one player down to 15 minutes on the clock already, and they're in danger of playing on increment from move 20. I feel like there's always one of those. And as we get deeper into this broadcast, I have absolutely no doubt we'll be following those games as well. But there are so many games around this playing hall, including, I think for the first time, where I've covered a chess.com broadcast for a long play game, a Hong Kong flag on the bird's eye view. That's something I don't see every day.
Exactly. I was going to say, John, whilst we saw E4, E6, life going on in the slow lane in that game that we just saw between Ed and Mush. Let's check out the game between Jeffrey Zhong and Lee, because Lee is very young, just 13 years old.
He is crazy young. I I saw his FIDE rating profile at it's like when you have a baby passport photo. And you look back at it and you go, oh, he is so unbelievably young. He was born in 2012 and he's playing on board 2 here with the black pieces. I have a small claim to fame here, folks. I'm going to say it now because I don't think I'll get a chance to say it again. I believe that Lee is ranked 14th in Hong Kong. And I'm not saying this demonstrates my age because chess has been getting increasingly popular over the last couple of decades, but I think my peak ranking in the Hong Kong Federation list of players, I think I was 15th, give or take, Jovi, when we met. Unfortunately, my rating there is a lot lower than Lee's is now. So over time, everyone else is just getting better. Thankfully, rather than me getting worse. But it's crazy to see how much young talent there is these days.
It's absolutely crazy, right? The talent seems to be getting younger and younger. I was looking in my research for the show, how many kids were like teenagers, and there's so many 17-year-olds, 19-year-olds, and even a few 13-year-olds. Of course, we have Faustino Oro, just 12 years old. I think he's our youngest participant. But it's so nice to see players such as Yi Hang Lee from Hong Kong playing. He's blitzing out a whole load of moves, I gotta say. And one of the things I find about the youngsters these days is they're full of unknown, because sometimes, they just seem to just blitz out their opening preparation like they're 2700, and probably they are 2700. And they're so frightfully good. They're working on their chess all the time. And I have one general rule of thumb: if they behave like a kid on the board, then you can expect them to play like a kid. But
Right.
if they behave like a young old man or young old woman, then no, you're in trouble.
Well, that has
Young
been...
old woman, young old man. Wow.
Ben, let's touch on that for a second, because I do feel like a theme and an ongoing conversation topic in the chess world over the last 5-10 years is, like in many sports, some of the elite talent are breaking through the ranks at younger and younger ages. But I also feel like, especially stronger players, noticing them come through, it does feel a little bit like the game is changing a bit. The way players prepare is different. The kind of moves they play are different. The sort of strategies they bring to the chessboard are different. When you're playing an up-and-coming player, a rising star today compared to, say, 20 years ago, how do you put into words what the differences are?
Well, I can tell you, Oh, Ben, I'll let you answer.
No, I was going to say, when I was a kid, kids weren't very good at chess. And so I didn't have to be very good to be one of the top junior players. And now
Right.
adults aren't very good at chess, and kids are good. And I just want to give a funny anecdote. About 3 months ago, I was at a tournament in Charlotte, and one of the older grandmasters, even older than me, lost 3 games to kids under the age of 12. And unheard of 30, 40, 50 years ago, but now it's just normal. And when you see tournaments like this, the World Cup, where you see players from different rating spectrums, like our matchup here with Jeffrey Zhang, you get to see the top players in the world versus the up and coming future top players of the world. And you're going to see a lot of upsets. And the years belie their talent. The young players are really good. They have a lot of good opening preparation. They study chess all the time, and they're not afraid. When I was a kid, I was afraid of my adult opponent because they were higher rated than me and they were older than me. And those things don't happen anymore. Now, older players are afraid of kids. So the chess world has changed in my lifetime. And my lifetime is a lot longer than you guys. You're used to seeing these kids be really good. But I'm used to, when I was a kid, going to tournaments and seeing very few kids. And the ones that were playing weren't very good. So chess has changed, and I think it's changed for the better. The youth movement is here to stay, and I think it makes it really difficult for the top players like Jeffrey Zhang to do well when they're playing such talented young players who are going to be the top players in the world in just a few years, if not already.
Now, Ben, if you don't mind, I want to ask you a follow-up question on that, because you're absolutely right. The trend is to the kids and the younger players having better opening preparation, being more disciplined at the board, and they're going to become the future superstars of the game. But at the same time, this trend can't continue forever, right? The players that are breaking through who are 10, 15, 20 years old now, they're going to get older, and I'm really struggling to see a world where 10 years from now, the players who are just growing up now, who are 5, 6 years old, they can't be 100, 200 points higher rated than the superstars that we're seeing in the making now. I feel like there must be some diminishing return somewhere. Surely the trend can't continue indefinitely.
It's amazing. Gukesh isn't even 20 yet, and he seems like he's been world champion for years.
Right? Oh.
Yeah, you can't imagine that we're going to see 9 and 10-year-olds be grandmasters. But if the trend does continue, then we are going to see that. But I think it's going to have some diminishing returns at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But the top players can become grandmasters 12, 13 years old. And I think as long as they're able to play against the other top players in the world, we'll see a lot of juniors get a lot better. And tournaments like this help that out. There's a lot of strong open tournaments where you see kids playing against the top players, and those are good for the kids. Get experience against the top players in the world. That's what we need to get kids better at chess, is to have experience against the best players.
I completely agree with you there, Ben. It's all about experience and getting that amount of gameplay in against the world's top players. And it's an interesting situation on the board as well, because, I mean, just looking at the clock times, I can see that Jeffrey Zhang, and also by the way that they've been playing, that Jeffrey has been more or less in his preparation. It was a night off. And also by the speed of which the young 13-year-old from Hong Kong is playing, it seems that he knows exactly what to be doing there. So it's a battle in theory, so it seems. Neither player particularly surprised. But we go back to the bird's eye view. And, well, I'm going to put the question to you both since I have the word. What games do you want to be seeing?
I want to see Faustino's game. It looks like he has black and Akira Khan.
Yeah, completely agree with that. We've already covered the fianchettoed rook, but again, that's going to be a theoretical battle, so we don't need to devote too much more time to that. I think heading into Faustino's game first is an excellent choice there. I will leave it to you fine folks to navigate us through the waters of this opening. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up if you give me 1 second. And here we go. So we have
You'll
a
be your
Caracan.
Caracan specialist, right?
It is a
Joey,
Caracan. And
this is
funny
your
enough,
opening, right?
this is my opening. And it's funny enough, like I have played his opponent, Burkic. Apologies for mispronouncing that name. And I lost to him in a Caracan. And this C3 idea is a very interesting one. You know, it's very solid. It's not normally the most popular move. Normally they're going bishop e2 or they're going knight to d2 very quickly with getting knight to b3. And the whole concept is just to gain space with a4, a5. And White is basically claiming that with having the pawn on e5, that you have space, but you also have control over the center. And this bishop on f5 sits very, very nicely, but it gets in the way of a knight, which really also wants to be fighting for that square. But I'm like running ahead of myself. We should kind of backtrack and find out how we got here, right? Because we're only a few moves in, and I'm going to see if I can get it. Okay, so we started with e4, c6.
Yeah, you did.
d4, d5, e5, bishop f5. Now e5, Burkic always plays e5, so he did it against me. So this is not a surprise to Faustino. But after e6, c3 most definitely is, because what White is doing is just trying to bolster up this pawn chain, trying to discourage Black from going c5, although ultimately Black must go either c5 or Ben. Don't hate me, but it's either c5 or it's f6.
No, anything but f6. G5.
Yes, you can also go h6, g5 and try to take space in that kind of manner. But the whole secret of playing Black when you have less space is basically you got to find a role for all of your minor pieces. If you manage to do that, then you stand very, very well. So this is why you'll often see like knight coming to e7, maybe some c5, and it will be a knight from e7 jumping to c6, so that this knight can go into d7. And you either way or other, you know, you'll have some kind of way to you try to find a role for each of your pieces. So it's also, I've seen situations, and I've done, where the knight goes to e7 and to g6, and you try to give the knight a role that way. And you can go, as Ben says, with h6 and g5 and try to maximize and counter the space there. But that's not without risk, because where is the Black king going? So Ben, do you ever play the Caracan yourself?
Yeah, I've played the Caracan, and sometimes I play the Botvinnik Karls with c5, and sometimes I play this way with Black. But I'm not an expert like you are. That's the Caracan's like my third or fourth opening. I just play it as a surprise usually, so my opponent doesn't know that I'm going to play a Sicilian. I pick up my C pawn. They think it's going to go 2 squares, but then I trick them. I
wish I could.
Because one player is higher rated, but they're not really the favorite. It's not a lot of matches in round 1. There is no favorite. Just either side can win, and I'm actually surprised that Faustino's the lower rated player. Whenever I think of Faustino, even though his rating isn't as high as I expect it to be, I always think 2,600 FIDE, even though he hasn't gotten there yet, because he's been famous for so long.
Yeah, completely agree. You know, you feel like he's been around for a long, long time, that he's perhaps older than his 12 years old. He also got his first GM norm just now in September. So definitely one of the world's biggest stars. And, well, he has gone for knight to e7. So knight to e7, you know, knight will come to d7, c5. I mean, Black is very flexible with which way to take. You can go c5 almost immediately. You can go knight to d7 and you prepare your c5, and you still can get ready for your h6, g5. So neither side's kind of revealing their cards. But one thing it is possible to, I got to mention, is that because the knight is on e7, you do have to sometimes watch out for possibilities such as knight h4. it can have a clamping effect on black's position, but I'm expecting Berkic just to not be seduced to chase down the bishop, but just to go bishop to e2 and then just continue with development.
Yeah, I remember when 30 years ago when Nigel Short was making these lines popular for white. Before that, in the 70s and 80s, as Yasser would say, white was playing knight c3 and g4 and playing super aggressive. And Nigel showed you could play a holding strategy where you just keep a positional advantage and more space, and you don't have to play like a lunatic in the opening.
Yeah, yeah, that was the thing, you know. And nowadays, if you want to play like a lunatic, h4 is the most popular idea there.
That's right.
H4, you know, encourage black to go h5, and then you either trade off the bishops or you go for c4. But this one, white is kind of saying, you know, I have that pleasant advantage, and lovely pawn on e5, and if black doesn't start chipping away, then white can just sit there, complete development, and just suffocate black because of their lack of space. So I'm expecting here, bishop to e2 was played. Or was that me? Hang on. One never knows.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to... Yeah, and John, are you a big Caro-Kann player or a fan?
I play the Caro-Kann exchange to a degree of competence that's slightly higher than my rating, and most other variations to a degree of competence that is significantly lower than my rating. I'll put it that way. But it's I really enjoy Caros on both sides. I think it's just a fun, dynamic opening that it's one of those that players of all levels tend to play. You get some openings where it's like you don't really see this until you get to sort of titled player kind of level, or you get other openings where you're like, yeah, this is fun, but once you get past a certain point, actually no one really plays this anymore. The Caro is just one of those universal openings that seems to be adored by everyone.
Yeah, it was made popular. I think it's just very simple to play, and a lot of us like to go on the counter-attack. And in the meantime, yeah, we did see the knight come to g6, and it was funny that Ben mentioned Nigel Short, because I remember looking at a game, a very similar idea, back from the 1990s involving Nigel Short with this particular idea of going knight to g6. So still a lot of play. Maybe we go to our bird's eye view and check in on some of the other games, because there's a whole lot of chess to be had.
There absolutely is. So we'll be doing just that. This is a view of the playing hall, of course. Believe it or not, it's been an hour since the players have already been shuffling in and getting ready to play their games. The first round is well and truly underway now. The opening moves have been played across all boards. So we're going to our first break of the day here at day number 1 of the FIDE World Cup. Join us in a couple of minutes as we see how the rest of the field are getting along.
One event that really had a big impact on my career is the same tournament of Vacanze, but a different year where I lost 5 games in a row. And it came in an interesting moment in my career. I was 17 and I just won my first super tournament. I won the tournament in Reggio Emilia and I was on an absolute high. Like, there were articles all over the chess media. They were saying this is like the historic result, the youngest top tournament winner since Karpov, I think. At the time, like, it was a little bit different time than now. Like, 17 now is already old, but back then it was kind of more special. And I was really on a high. And then I played the Vacanze tournament, which was, you know, this big tournament. I started with a win against the World Championship challenger Boris Gelfand. So, like, you can imagine the build-up. to greatness. And then I lost the game later in the tournament. And then I came back the next day with a win. So I'm again back. So like I'm an absolute high. And then I lost the game. And then I lost another one. And then another one. And then another one. And you keep thinking like, okay, but I'm not gonna lose the next one. But it kept coming, you know? And I lost 5. And it might have had an impact on my career, and I've learned a lot from that.
Disappointing final week for you, I guess you can say that.
For sure, yeah.
What-
We can't.
What went wrong?
He actually, well, nothing really went so wrong. I mean, besides that, I lost the games. Just that my preparation did not work, and yeah, I think I can learn some lesson. I know some more of my weaknesses. Each game showed a lot of my weaknesses lately, so I guess I will have to improve that and hope for better luck next time.
I think in some sense this was like hitting a rock bottom, and I think the good thing about hitting the rock bottom is that whenever later you get a hit, it will never be as painful as that. So you've got the biggest blow already, and you know how to deal with that. Because, you know, after I've overcome that, which took a while, of course. I mean, after that, I've had like a dip in my, of course, for a while. But then I came back. You know, when you overcome something like that, then you're much stronger. That's for sure.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying.
Your favorite song these days?
Jay-Z or something is good.
Before the game, I often listen to AC/DC, like Thunderstruck.
Some Turkish, I don't know, some Turkish one.
So they're an Irish band. Yeah, again, nothing is coming to my mind. Yeah.
Bollywood, Hindi music. Otherwise, I like music from just based India reels.
If you could instantly learn any language, which one would it be?
The most useful would be, like perfect English, of course, but actually maybe Chinese would be cool. No?
I'm torn between Georgian, Nepali as well, but Nepali, it will just make me feel better that I speak my father's language, so yeah, Nepali probably.
Arabic.
Spanish is the right answer.
Spanish.
I'd say Sanskrit.
Holding on to faded plastic marble lights I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself and you were so goddamn selfish. You were so goddamn selfish.
Welcome back to round number 1 of the FIDE World Cup 2025. The world's biggest knockout tournament will see 3 players qualify to the candidates and $2 million in prize money distributed throughout the players in this playing hall. We've just started the tournament proper, and we can see, yes, the French exchange. on the board we first followed, or as I like to call it, a forced win for white. Excellent. I suspect we won't be analysing too much of that anytime soon. Lots and lots of boards, lots of stories up and down this playing hall. We caught a glimpse of Mickey Adams there as well. Jovi, no doubt, will be going to him soon. But I want to turn our attention to a featured chat that we had just before the break. And do entertain the thought, because I think this is absolutely brilliant for the world of chess. If Divya Deshmukh finishes in the top 3 here, she will qualify for both the open and women's candidates. I'd love that.
Everyone would love that, right? You know, she she won the Women's World Cup, and she's the only female participant here. And it would be great to actually have her in the actual, like, win the World Cup and in the candidates. And if they're not played, if the candidates are not played concurrently, then maybe she can play both. And win both.
Exactly.
Challenge for the crown.
Even if they're not played
Simultaneously.
concurrently, she can play both. She can go simul.
That would be absolutely phenomenal. So here she is. She's with the white pieces here in this first round. Now, don't forget, it's not like a Swiss where it massively matters whether you're white or black each round. Both players will get an opportunity to play with both colors, and it's a best of 2 before it goes to the tie breaks. But Divya Deshmukh today has the white pieces against Stamatis Kourkoulos Arditis, who is 25-83. Let's go ahead and head into that game and see what happened there. So, Ben, Jovi, take it away.
I have a question. How old is Divya? Does anybody know?
I want to say she's the same age as Gukesh, 19, 20. So 19. She's 19, so same age as Gukesh. So great. No, it's I mean, she's so strong. I mean, she had absolutely fantastic FIDE Grand Swiss, some great results, drawing against Gukesh, I gotta say, and some really hard fought matches. And I'm trying to get up the board and trying to get up the game. I'm seeing it's the Caracan. Maybe it's like the technology gods obsessed with the Caracan as well, and they're like, no, have a look at the knight to G6 in more depth. And but we'll bring it up. Don't worry. We'll bring it up. And Divya, she's a very flexible player, very dynamic. You know, she very much is part of that Indian school of chess, where it's all about playing very attacking, aggressive, tactical, very good at calculations. And here, maybe we're going to start from the top and see how we got here, because to my eyes,
Looks
this
like an Indo-Indian.
Yeah, let's just confirm our suspicions, because there's nothing wrong with that. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6. And I was going to say, you were mentioning, Ben, that there are some matches where it's very finely balanced. You know, some were very, one-sided, where we saw Edomush. He's playing someone from Libya, or a lot lower rated here. Divya at 24.98, Stamatis at 25.83 is still one of those like anything goes. And Divya, she allows the Nimzo and plays e3 castles. It was quite funny, because for a while people did not allow the Nimzo. They were like, no, it's just equal for black. And now everyone's like, well, the Queen's Indian is just too difficult to crack. So let's try to unbalance the positions with moves like a3. And takes c3. So we do have that unbalanced pawn structure. I mean, white has to watch out that c4 isn't going to be weak at a later point in time. And I say later point in time, like normally like the late middle game and the end game, because black will try to kind of like pile up on this with like bishop coming out to a6 and some kind of c5, and the knight would dream about going to a5. So white is the one that has to actually start to do things. And there we see c5, knight g3, knight c6. So black is getting ready to shape out the skeleton of the position with, pressure against c4. And white often just goes, yeah, you can have that pawn, but in return, I'm going to be going for the big center with bishop e2, e4, and just swarm the king side.
Yeah, this is a real double-edged kind of opening, which I think suits both players. Now, if the clock times are correct, and I'm not saying they are, but if they are, then Black has all of his time, and Divya's already used almost 30 minutes. So advantage in opening preparation to Black, but the position's about equal. And for the ruined pawn structure, White has chances for a big center and 2 bishops, which is typical in the Nimzo Indian. And it wouldn't be surprising to see White get a big attack with e4, f4, e5, bishop d3, bishop e2.
Yeah.
So a very interesting double-edged play. As you pointed out, Jovi, Black wants to attack the c pawn with knight a5, bishop a6, rook c8. And sometimes, as you point out, White just gives up the pawn and gets a big attack against Black's king. So real exciting game.
And it still feels like we're in the realms of theory.
What's that?
I still feel like this is we're still very much in the realms of theory, right, Ben? It feels like this has been played before. So it's not the best news for Divya fans that she's spending so much time getting to this type of position.
Yeah, she's obviously out of her preparation. Her opponent seems like he's still in his preparation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, what can we expect, do you think, from Divya? So do you think, where the big question, though, seems to be where to put the bishop? I mentioned e2, you mentioned d3. I guess this is what's playing on Divya's mind. Where's he going to go?
Yeah, the problem with bishop d3 is if White plays e4, the d4 pawn's not sufficiently defended. So bishop e2 might make more sense. So White can get e4 in quicker.
Mm-hmm.
But if White's not in a hurry to play e4, then I think the bishop makes more sense on d3, just more active.
Yeah. And I guess for Black, I know the engine, because they're like so good, they'll be just going, yeah, just go b6, go knight a5 immediately, and don't fear for your life, like any good human would, because of e4 coming. But I don't know. It's a little bit concerning that Divya's opponent has got he's basically used no time. So I'm expecting like a natural move like bishop e2 might be met very quickly by knight a5, and Black is going to grab that pawn and say to White, I'm prepared to defend. After all, I've worked this out at home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a slightly unusual position with the knight on g3 and White playing a3 early.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it looks like opening preparation is in Black's favor this game.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Maybe as you mentioned, like this has been the unusual move. And then one knight to g3. Let me just check the opening. And yeah, knight to g3 has been played. I mean, according to my database, it's like 17 games. So knight to c6 has been played, but maybe not as mainline, even though the position does feel familiar, not as mainline as we anticipated. Mm-hmm. So Divya has to now play very, very aggressively if we get back to the game position. And there she has to go for the offensive with, bishop e2 is the move that she chose. We can see on the cameras. And she has to go e4. She has to go on the front foot, because otherwise Black is simply going to go b6 and do as the good old Nimzo god suggested, go for that c4 pawn. Well, Ben, maybe we take a pause from this game and go back to our bird's eye view and take a look at what else is on the menu.
I see in Faustino's game, he played early f6. Faustino's game has gotten really interesting in the Caro-Kann. They played h4, h5, and early f6.
Yeah.
Oh, and White's played an
Okay.
early A4 too.
Well, I have a rule
Have you
here,
ever had
and
positions like this, Cody?
my rule is follow the fire. And f6, when f6 appears on the board in a carrier, that means things are gonna get a whole lot of unstable. So we literally left it, and everything was looking all hunky dory. You know, knight e7, bishop e2, knight to g6. Very good, very good. a4. White is gonna hope for this kind of a5 plan and try to squeeze black, and just f6 immediately. Set fire to the board. And the reason why it's kind of like so dangerous is because of the king safety. And suddenly the pawns get very unbalanced. Like e takes f6 is really not a move that white wants to be playing, because it just simply allows queen takes f6 and black's pieces suddenly come alive. You got to think of it now like a French defense, where bishop comes out to d6 and a pawn will come out onto e5. So Burkic is like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to rise to the challenge. h4, threatening h5. And he didn't seem that phased. Again, just looking at the clock times, 1 hour 21 for Burkic and 1 hour and 6 minutes for Faustino. h4, h5. Yeah, you can't allow white to go h5, kicking that knight away. You got to stand your ground. And then bishop to d3. So the big question is like what to take, or do you take? Do you kind of go bishop e7 and play with the pieces? Or does one kind of go, how about taking the bishop? How about taking the pawn? Oh, hang on a second. The decision has been made for us, Ben. We don't have to think about bishop takes d3 anymore.
Boy, very unusual. Play bishop e2 and then bishop to d3, trying to take advantage of black's piece placement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Faustino plays f takes e5.
Okay, well, now we've got to dive in, because there's a whole load of captures to be had. So we got bishop takes bishop as option 1. We have knight takes. I was going to say knight takes e5, because d takes e5 doesn't really sing to me. I was thinking knight takes e5 and then try to get a piece onto g5. But which move is calling your name, Ben?
I'm hoping for bishop takes f5 because I want to see a different pawn structure.
And since this is so wild, let's go for it. Bishop takes.
I mean, White
f5.
played bishop d3. That was why he played bishop d3. So
yeah, you got to follow through on the logic, right? So e takes f5, and now which one to take on e5? Take with the knight, take with the pawn. Who benefits?
take with the knight's interesting, because then black can play knight takes h4, which looks suicidal. But maybe it's okay.
Yeah.
No, the engine says it's suicidal.
The engine says no. but yeah. Well, my first thought is that you just go g3.
Probably just b3, yeah.
Yeah, and then kind of take on h5. That's my first. Oh, there is that.
Yeah, I thought knight g6 rook takes h5, but the knight's just hanging. Yeah.
Yeah. I was also thinking that direction as well. Yeah, but the knight just hangs. I got you. Okay, so yeah, you can't take on h4, but in my opinion, you can't let that knight sit on e5. It's just sitting way too comfortably there in the center. So maybe take it off, d takes, and now as black, this is not really what you sign up for when you play the Caro-Kann. You kind of sign up for this good pawn structure, nothing wrong, fundamentally wrong with the position. And here, I mean, yeah, you have this very nice pawn structure. You have a weakness on g5 that you need to cover in all times, and f5 is potentially weak. But maybe it's not the end of the world, Ben. Maybe you just go knight to d7, get the bishop out, and then I'm always thinking, sorry, my apologies to everyone. Whenever I see a Caro-Kann position, I always try and play black as opposed to white.
That seems fair.
The
important thing is everybody's pieces are all on the first rank and nobody's developed anything. That's modern chess for you on move 9.
Yeah. Yeah, completely. That's true. That's true. But where's white going to go? I mean, white has this amazing pawn on e5. That is going to be good. I mean, what next in the equation?
Yeah, white has to
Because
develop his inside. Bishop g5, knight d2, knight f3.
I mean, what I wanted to do as black is I wanted to get, magically transport this knight on e6, just following the good old rules that knights make fantastic blockaders. But maybe that's not. Maybe you don't go knight d7. Maybe you go knight a6, and then get that knight to, sorry, not to c7. Why go backwards when you can go forwards? Go knight c5 and then. And
Yeah, or you can go knight
what do you think?
d7, c5. Either way is good.
Yeah. But what do we think? Do you think white is slightly better? I mean, is it more easier to play? Because white, I guess, will be going, as you
Yeah, I
mentioned.
think
just
white's
get
slightly better because of the pawn structure. I don't really like black's pawns on f5 and h5.
But
yeah, if black
a
can
lot
play
of
knight e6, then black's going to be doing just fine.
that's the dream. That is the dream. But okay, this one, very kind of very unbalanced position. I feel like the danger is actually here, because if black doesn't find the right piece configuration, then maybe black is one going to be significantly worse. And then on the flip side, if black gets the knight to e6 and does all the right things, then black has got these like lovely kind of pawns that are grabbing space. This bishop is pointing at h4, and white has to find a good square for the king. And this pawn structure, I'm going to say it once and I'll never say it again, it's a really good endgame structure to have. So black does have some nice chances in the long term there. So maybe we leave this position and go back to our bird's eye view and see where we can go.
I see the exchange French that John was talking about. And white played an early queen f3. That was our French defense, where white thought like 10 minutes on move 2.
It was interesting because I was thinking, what happens when you're surprised? You kind of can either go all crazy or you can play it super safe. And I suspect that I would probably play it super safe. And I can understand why he went in exchange. But interestingly enough, let's go to one of our potentially fellow commentators, Artis Naxans. Now,
Archer.
He's a man who's kind of playing both sides, because
Wait,
not
are you
only
insinuating he's not going to win the World Cup?
no, I think he's gonna. That's why we're gonna keep an eye on him, because if things don't go his way, he's got a plan B sorted, and that's like he's gonna join us in the commentary room.
Good to have plan B.
Exactly. But if things go his way and he makes it all the way to the top, we'll be cheering for him. And he's got the white pieces against Alisher Suleimanov from Kazakhstan. Suleimanov, I remember in 2023, made the headlines by beating Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces in a fabulous game. Really tactical, fantastic preparation. Just absolutely fantastic. Well worth checking out. And Artis, the white pieces, and the queens are off. I wouldn't say symmetrical pawn structure. I mean, white has this great bishop on g2, kind of like bearing down on b7. But the traditional kind of thinking, especially in these 2-game matches, is that you want to be winning with the white pieces and holding as black. Do we think that Artis has a good chance to squeeze something out here? I mean, it's looking good. The rook on c1 does have an entry point on c7.
It seems like black was just finishing his opening preparation. If you look at the clock time, Jovi, over an hour and 30 minutes for black. And Archer's has been taking a long time. So black seems to know the opening. But yeah, I think white is slightly better with the bishop on g2. Bishop on g4 doesn't seem very good. So I do
Yeah.
prefer white slightly, but black must think it's a holdable position because he played so quickly to get to it. Must be
Well,
part of his
you
preparation.
mentioned this. You mentioned the preparation. You mentioned the speed. Shall we kind of like see how the players got here? Because now I'm curious.
Yeah.
Like, because this does look
I
like
don't
White
even know
has
what
like
opening this
decent
was.
chances, or some chances at least, to kind of like squeeze out something. But Suleimanov has got more time than he started with, so it kind of began from a Reti, Bishop g2, Bishop g7. Like this is like the main way these days to answer the Reti, and now d4. Do you play this type of system as White? I try and do it as a way to kind of avoid theory. And c4 kind of transposes now into a Grunfeld, dc4, knight a3. And the whole idea is that if black doesn't break through, you're just simply recapturing on c4, you're solidifying the pawn on d4, and black won't have any breakthrough. So that's why c5 occurred, dc5, c3, kind of like move just to make white's life a little bit more difficult, because now the knight's not coming to c4 with any time gained. Knight b5. Artiz is being tricky, threatening queen takes queen, and the knight jumping to c7. But knight a6, knight takes c3, knight takes c5. Symmetry in motion. Do you like open positions, Ben?
I do like open positions.
You got to tell me the secret to playing them, because I hate open positions, because here I would be feeling stressed that the vacuum cleaner is going to come on, everything is going to get swapped off, and white is going to have zilch, nada, nothing. And sure enough, the vacuum cleaner did come onto the board, and the queens are off, the bishops were off, and knight to d6, rook ac1, rook d8, f4, securing this knight on d4, making sure it doesn't get kicked back. Bishop out, king f2. I like f4 as well. It's a very classy move from Artiz. Perhaps setting up some e4, maybe not e4, but e3 kind of ideas, just getting that king closer to the center. Rook ac8. And it's a bit disconcerting, right, that your opponent just is blitzing things out and just saying, where's the advantage?
Yeah, black played very quickly that game so far, and looks like black is just about equalized. As you said, vacuuming the board, hard to get an advantage when there's no pieces left. And they're going to be trading some rooks on the C file in the next upcoming few moves.
Yeah, that's going to be black's plan, isn't it? Rook takes rook. I mean, there's a few like teeny tiny things that maybe we could brag a little bit about. The white's king is closer to the center, and maybe white's pawn structure is a little bit more mobile. I'm just thinking of ideas of e4, e5, set up a kind of connect 4 pawn chain.
That would be nice if I could get e5 in.
Yeah, if only pawns could move more than 2 squares on their first go. Maybe we need to change that rule of chess. But I mean, I like to push pawns. I like to see space. So I would be looking at, what happens if we were to go e4 immediately? Okay, maybe I see the evaluation bar. No.
Can I take the pawn with
check?
Yeah,
you can. And that would be good as well. This knight on d4 is just loose. So, okay, maybe so you can't work on that.
Yeah.
Well, and if you trade rooks, you're kind of conceding the C line. So maybe we just go h3 first. Force that bishop back. The bishop can't really go anywhere other than d7,
I wonder if black
right?
is still in his preparation with all the time that he has on his clock.
Yeah, for sure, right? It's not often that you'll move 18 and you got more time than you ended up with. Bishop to d7. And I've sat next to David.
the good thing about h3 is now with the bishop on d7, maybe white can play e4, and the knight on d4 is not hanging anymore. Try to play e4,
Yeah.
e5.
Yeah. But you know, I was going to say David would be tutting his head at me because he's like, Yovi, stop pushing pawns. Just go rook d1. Keep your options open. Maybe you want to be going g4 one later stage. Maybe you want to go e3. Maybe you want to go e4. He's probably going, you know, you got to save these pawn moves just in case you need to kind of circumvent the 50 move rule. It's good to have these little things up your sleeve. So yeah, I mean, I think white has a more preferable position, but whether it's enough to win, I don't know. I think we're in for the long haul here.
Yeah, it seems like a draw is the most likely result, but the game just started. So,
yeah,
especially for Black. Black looks like he's just starting out of his preparation now.
Yeah. And by the way, h3 was the move chosen by Artis, so we are on the right track. And yeah, and we'll see whether Suleimanov actually responds instantly with bishop d7, or maybe he's got some other ideas. I mean,
are we supposed to not root for anybody, or
move.
can we root for archers?
Well, we've got to be neutral about it, right? But at the same time, we've got to cheer for our fellow commentator.
That's right.
We've got to cheer for our own. And bishop d7 was the move chosen, and now it's back to the think tank for Artis, who has to decide. Maybe e4 is not quite the right idea to do just yet. Maybe rook f to d1. This improve your worst place piece. The rook is not working. Maybe g4. I personally like rook f to d1 just to help align all of the forces together. But white's limited in plans, right?
Yeah, Black is super solid with that knight on d6. I really like the knight on d6, defending b7, defending all the center squares.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's
yeah, I'd rather have white. I think white's a little bit better.
I agree. Okay, so small advantage for Nixon. Maybe we go and revisit the bird's eye view and see what else is brewing, because there's going to be a lot of tension in that playing hall, a lot of nerves. There's so much at stake here. And okay, Adomush, they're still very much they exchange French, and things are looking a little bit spicy in the game between Jeffrey Zhong against Li there on the middle board on the top row. But maybe we should take a look at what else is happening in the other games. I see that white has the center again in Divya and Artemyev, and also Hum against Jose Martinez.
Yeah, it looks like Divya's game went exactly as expected, where she's playing on the king's side in the center, and Black is attacking the c4 pawn, as you pointed out, with knight a5 and bishop a6. And white's going to have to sacrifice a pawn and get some play against Black's king.
Yeah. And wow. Okay, so that's gone as we predicted. So what about we have a look at, maybe we follow the evaluation bar. Maybe the evaluation bar is saying that Vladislav Artemyev is doing very well in his game. He has a center. Black is the one fighting with little space. That's the second game on the left in the bottom row. Maybe we go there and see why the evaluation bar is loving that position for white. And, well, Artemyev is not at the board, which is often a sign that a player is feeling very comfortable with their position. Are you one of these players that pace around a lot? Or are you...
It depends. Some games I'm up a lot. and some I'm not. I don't know if it depends on the position or just how I feel that day.
Yeah. And
so sometimes I'm walking around a lot.
Well,
Black played bishop h3.
Bishop h3, yeah,
Artemyev's
trading
back.
off the bishops. And here we have, Ben, one of these lopsided matches. So we saw there's some very close ones. Faustino Oro against Brkic. There's, not that much in it in terms of rating points. And here we see there's a big difference. Vladislav Artemyev, 26-46. His CQ, his rating is 2093. Heskil, sorry, that's his name. 2093. So Bishop h3 being played, Black is desperately trying to trade off pieces. He's got less space on the board. Maybe we revisit how we actually see how the players got here, because I can see it came from an English c4, knight f6, knight at c3. Ben, you stop me when you want to share with us anything that you spot that's unusual. g3, g6. So far, so good, right? Bishop g2. Has to do something about the knight. c6. Queen b3. Wow. Artemyev is really insistent. You're going to move that knight or you're going to take on c3. So knight to f6. Back. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of c6 and knight f6. It seems too passive. Or giving white the center.
Yeah, I mean, white is going to be going for this type of stuff, and actually, we could even see that from here, from move 7. That white's now got a very stable, very easy plan. Take the center, bishop g7, castles, and the problem here is that black actually doesn't have a way to chip away at the center. Yeah, queen c7, and this knight and this bishop, they just don't have any natural squares. d4, bishop e6, queen c2, queen c8. Yeah, because the bishop f4 was coming, e4. And this is what I mean by natural squares. You don't really want this bishop there. You kind of want this bishop anywhere else, and you kind of want to be challenging with e5 very quickly in these type of positions. But here, bishop h3. And now, how does white continue improving?
I'm guessing since white played rook d1 earlier, that he's thinking about playing bishop h1, keeping the bishop on the board. But he doesn't have to. White could just play bishop f4, and white has a nice center, more space. Yeah. Black is solid and very passive.
Yeah, this is the thing. Bishop takes bishop, king takes, and then what's the knight on b8 gonna do? I don't know. Where's it going? I mean, you can answer me. Yes, it's gonna go to d7, Yovi. but I'm like, yeah, but what next? The happy moves are in play. Rook c1, and there's just and I get very uncomfortable in general when there's no natural pawn breaks. c5 is not happening. e5 is a distant dream, and the knights really want to be sitting on d5, but it can't because there's a pawn on e4. And maybe you have to go knight here, and then just accept. But d5 will be played, and the knight on h5 is offside. Do we have some moves? No.
No, black got up from the board. Artemyev is trying to figure out whether to keep the bishops on the board with bishop h1 or just develop with bishop f4.
Yeah. Well, the fact he hasn't gone bishop to f4 indicates to me that he's looking at potentially doing something a little bit more spicy. And in general, I would not be going as white, bishop takes h3. I mean, I wouldn't even dream of that. Would that be on your radar to take on h3 and then allow the black queen there?
I prefer black takes on g2.
Yeah. And then the white king will step up and do some defensive work on h3. Yeah. Yeah. Queen b3 could be another like cool move. Say if you're determined to shuffle, you've wasted a lot of time getting the bishop to h3. I can afford to go queen to b3 and threaten to take on b7. And this pawn formation on the king side, f2, g3, h2, is rock solid. I mean, even if a queen comes sniffing around, the knight starts coming in. I mean, it's not going to break down that triangle of pawns. So
No, it's
yeah.
difficult for black to get an attack going. White's so solid on the king side.
Yeah. Okay, well, we are liking White's position here. We just think go bishop to f4 and play those happy moves. Get the rook into c1 and just wait to see how black is going to handle this position with no space whatsoever. Because it's often quite nice in these type of situations where you just kind of pass the decision back onto your opponent. You're like, oh, you got a bad position. Let's leave it to you to come up with a solution. Should we check out the main board, the bird's eye view, and have a look at what else has happened?
Yeah, I was interested in Jeffrey Zhang's game. Seems like they've done a lot of Najdorf kind of stuff. And the engine likes White's position.
This one was John's choice because Lee is from Hong Kong. And obviously John, I'm not sure if John was born in Hong Kong, but I know he's got a Hong Kong heritage, and it's very nice to see that players of all countries and ages and strengths are competing. And there we did see earlier on that these two were just blitzing out the whole moves. So let's go over there because, like you said, that one looked like a bit of a barn burner, and we left it. If we go and check out the moves, we left it with the rook being on the unorthodox square of b7. Jeffrey just blitzed out queen to d2. And I think a lot of moves have been played, like knight d7 was being blitzed out, b3, knight f6. And then I think here we left it in castles, queenside, and castles. Oh, okay. Well, John is telling me that he was born and raised in Hong Kong. My apologies. I've just known John for such a long time that I thought that John was British. So, okay. So he's cheering for the 13-year-old Lee, Yiheng Lee from Hong Kong. And again, just looking at the ratings, you see Yiheng Lee, 1994. Just 13 years old. Jeffrey Zhang, 26, 48, fantastic player, very well prepared. It is one-sided on paper, but you never know these days. So castles, and when you have a position as spicy as like this, one mistake is going to be very costly. What do we think about black castling kingside, by the way, Ben? Because it seems, in my eyes, like you might be playing with fire.
Well, you can't castle queenside. And I think black has to castle at some point. Otherwise, the rook on h8 is just going to be out of the game.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay.
Okay.
But this whole opening is very confusing. Normally, we don't fianchetto our rook.
And it went through like a very unusual way, right? Rook a7, rook b7. Maybe it might even find a home on d7, or dc7 to bear down on, to help support d5, or maybe go down on c2. But okay, g4, that's very natural. White is desperately trying to open up lines. Black says no, absolutely not. Rook hg1.
Keep the h12
and knight. Yeah, like black is like keeping control over g5. So this is really one of those positions where if white puts a foot wrong here, then the dark squares in the queen side is going to begin to start. They can start to show. So e takes f4, knight takes f4, rook to d7, king b1. And it's a weird, crazy position, you know. Is white just gonna go knight to d5? And
yeah, white has
just
nice control of d5, and white has more
Mhm.
space on the king side. And the d6 pawn could be weak later.
Yeah.
This looks like a good double-edged position where the better player is going to win.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of it's either, you know, if black is able to get things going, then maybe he can do something on the queen side and unsettle things, because John, I hate to break it to you, it's bad news for your fellow person from Hong Kong, because it looks like if he's just on the reactive, he's going to be in trouble.
Look, the position will certainly be troublesome if all he can do is be reactive, but I'm taking heart in that if you're playing with the black pieces right now, yes, okay, you need to find time to make the moves you want to play work, but it's obvious that the light squared bishop wants to go onto the long diagonal. It's obvious that a dark squared bishop or the knight wants to be on f6 at some point. Maybe g5 can be exploited if the queen bishop battery moves off of that diagonal at some point for white. So I feel like there are still 2 to 4 moves in the position where, okay, these are fairly natural looking moves for black to want to play. And maybe that's why I'd lose this position, but I'm not in panic mode yet. It looks like there's still, like, the plan for black still looks reasonably solid to me in the short term.
Yeah. It's
By the
an
way, this
interesting position.
this game has one of the biggest time deficits of all the games we've been looking at. Jeffrey has almost all of his time, and his opponents use half of his time already. So Jeffrey's just out of preparation now, it looks like.
And how scary is that, right? You're in preparation. You got the black pieces, the position is sharp, and your opponent's barely used any time on the clock, and you're like, And you're making your debut on the world stage. You're just 13 years old. It's a tricky position, but this is something, you know, like you were saying earlier on, Ben, that the youth of today will be gaining a lot of experience playing players like Jeffrey. You know, they're going to show their prep. They're going to have to test their wits against the world's best. And, you know, this is what they're here for.
No, the experience you get
there with
this
the time
kind of
deficit
tournament is invaluable.
Exactly right, Ben. I think you hit the nail on the head with the time deficit as well. That's the 33rd piece on the board, if you like, at this point. An hour 25 playing 42. It's not going to hurt now, but it's going to hurt in 20 moves time when you're scrambling to move 40 and introducing the potential mistakes. That's really where this sort of deficit starts to bite the players. We're not quite at that point yet, though. We're going to be heading to our second break of the day. There are a couple of interesting games I want to have a look at when we come back. I'll tell you more about those in a couple of minutes, but things are starting to spice up in the playing hall now, and hopefully you guys can recharge your teas and coffees and join us straight after this.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Who is your favorite person in the tournament as a friend?
Fabiano Caruana, because he's a very friendly person.
I think I have good contact with Javi. Oh, Prague. I also get along very well with Prague. Fabio Praganda, probably, yeah.
Well, Fabiano Caruana.
And probably Gukash, Domarazzo.
Maybe Kasparov. Maybe for fun, yeah, Magnus, because we are in Team Liquid now.
What is your favorite city in the world?
The Hague.
Where I live, Minnesota.
Krakow.
Probably Paris.
I like generally, Switzerland, Geneva, Dubai or Doha is also very, very, very suitable for me.
Yeah, I'd say Chennai.
Are you more a night owl or an early bird?
I'm definitely a night owl.
Early bird nowadays.
Early bird.
Late. It depends on my routine because sometimes I night owl and sometimes I'm early bird.
Recently I became night owl because I played in many classical tournaments and I have to prepare. My advice is just to be a morning person.
I wake up around 9. 8:30.
Maybe 9. Sometimes 10.
I usually at 10 a.m.
Actually, I wake up early around 8, 9. But whenever I study chess, it's always late.
10 maybe, but 9:30.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back to the 2025 FIDE World Cup. This is our third hour of broadcasting. I'm joined still by International Master Jovi Hauska and Grandmaster Ben Feingold as we go through the games in the playing hall. 206 players in action today and plenty of stuff going on. This is our bird's eye view, but I'm going to throw our analysts immediately into a particular game. And you might have noticed that I've casually swapped out one of the games on the bottom right there, which looks awfully dynamic. And there's a couple of reasons why I wanted to look at this game. But first and foremost, of course, this is quite clearly your bog standard, typical Caro-Kann, and who better to talk us through than Jovi. Here we go, Jovi. Look, bog standard position.
I mean, when I saw this position during the break, I was like, yeah, this just came from a Karakana. And they were like, no, no, no. But this is like a murder mystery. How did this particular position happen? So I think we have to rewind and find out exactly what happened. I can work out that white went e5, e6, and the bishop did appear on f5 and bishop d3. But let's have a look at how it actually came to be. So yes, I was right. It was a Karakan. That was my instincts were correct. You guys didn't give the game away. Then g4. Aha. This line, yeah, this line is very aggressive. You know how you were talking about, you know, normally if you go knight f3, you know, that's a quiet, simple game. And that knight, if you wanted to go knight c3, g4, then you're being a bit of a lunatic. Here, you can actually have the option to go crazy from the beginning. And I think in my course, I recommended just going back to d7 and just letting that craziness happen. But yeah, you can go bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, e6. Yes, this is a standard idea. You just give up a pawn because you're arguing that this pawn is actually just no good. I mean, it's in fact is in the way of this bishop of f8. And if white gets f4 in, then e5 is never going to happen and you're never going to unravel the particular king side. So the fun continues and black is just simply saying, hey, I'm a pawn up. I will survive and I will enjoy the extra material at some point. And h4, h5, bishop d3, takes d3, queen takes d3. I haven't been as shocked as you guys were. Does that make me a bad person? You guys were like, have you ever seen a Caro like this? And I was like, well, yes, actually, I have.
Yeah, I played G4 when I played Blitz on my stream. So I've had this kind of position before. But I would only play it in Blitz chess. I wouldn't play it in a slow game.
And would you play it like in the World Cup, right? Where if you lose
No.
all the white pieces, yeah, Jabava is like really like a dancing on ice here because, you know, white pieces going all in, the risk profile is exceptionally high. And the queen comes into g6, king to d8, bishop g5. And I gotta say, I mean, black has done nothing wrong. And the king is going to be relatively safe one day. Or is safe on d8. And as long as you don't stress about the fact that this bishop is on f8, you can kind of play around it. Ideally, you want to be getting an e5 as black. And for white, I mean, for white, you want to be stopping it. So, I mean, I've seen... Okay, I mean, the big question for me is e5 a possibility now? And the answer is no, because queen takes queen. So you do not make a big blunder like that. You can't recapture. So you've got to block it. So you've got to develop, improve your worst placed piece. This bishop on f8, well, just leave it there. In the Caro, in these structures, you never bother about this pawn on h5. That's like something that you just cast off and you just say white's gone to a lot of effort in order to win such a terrible pawn, and then you focus on e5. And if you get this in, you say, I got the center. This bishop on f8 will eventually get out. Eventually, the king will have a safe-ish home on c7. With great power came great responsibility, and look what you've done with your kingside pawns.
Yeah, this is a very Joe Bava-esque position, although, as I pointed out earlier, he's taking a lot of time because the position is so wild. That's plays to Joe Bava's strengths. He likes these kind of wild positions. Not really my cup of tea, although I'm a coffee drinker. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, not my cup of tea either, Ben. And I don't drink coffee either. So, yeah, I'm struggling to kind of see a way for Jabava to kind of keep the ball rolling, because one thing you must not allow is e5. If you allow that, and, you know, if white isn't ready with, say... But the thing is, I'm asking too much from the white position, and this is why Jabava is, like, burning through a whole load of time. You know, if he goes knight c3, he wants castle queenside, he wants to be ready with the rooks in, and he's not going to get that time. So let's just play it out like Jabava would. He's got, how many moves are there in? There are 12 moves in, and Jabava has just under 30 minutes. Knight gf6, and then what is white going to do? What would Jabava do? Knight. I was thinking knight c3, but maybe knight c3 is not the best square for the knight. Maybe knight d2. I don't know. I don't quite know where to put the pieces as white. I'm not used to attacking.
Yeah, I like
bishop
knight c3 and long castle, but yeah, I don't see in the short term what white's going to do to stop black from playing e5. It's just
maybe
like
you
a
just let it
messy
happen, like. But like, what next? I just put the knight on d2 just to kind of have it a little bit closer to the king.
Yeah, once black gets in e5, I think black's position is fine.
Yeah. And here I don't think that you shouldn't be. Pawn takes e5 is already going to be like a problem central, because you can take, and then queen f6, queen f5, only move for the queen, and everything is falling apart. So you can't be doing anything like that. So you have to be holding the tension. But even then, like, I mean, how safe is it? Oh, Ben. That's a big mistake there, because now the evaluation bar went all the way in white's favor. And what is happening? Why? Must be some tactic when the evaluation bar does this. Yeah, knight takes d4. And
it doesn't like that move.
D4. No. And so that suggests to me it's like a tactic. And so d takes e. Sorry, my bad. So it must be something to do with this type of stuff, right? Like some knight e4, some knight c4. Aha. Okay, knight c4. I just cheated. Knight c4, d c4, rook c4 here, and then just pile on the fun. Wow. That's impressive. But I mean, how feasible? How feasible is it to kind of see that the knight should go on d2 because of this weird and wonderful knight c4? Interesting, Ben. So going back to the position, so knight gf6 hasn't been played, but it is like the most natural move. And here I just casually put the knight on d2, but if you casually put the knight on c3, you will not have access to this knight c4 business.
Knight c4, yeah.
And yeah, e5, castles. I think in general, I think it's a good idea not to take on d4. I think maybe you can, but what to do? What to do with the black king?
It's not an easy position to play for either side. That's why Jobava likes it so much. Both sides have trouble figuring out what to do.
Yeah. I mean, still you have stuff bearing down, you know. You've got ideas such as pawn takes e5 in the air. I mean, part of me wants to run away with king c7. As long as I don't, like, if I try to run away now, like, am I losing? No, I think I can take with the knight. Queen f5, and then I can do some. Okay. And then there's nothing to worry about here. And you also have, I just remembered, because in my mind this pawn on g4 is a bit of an irrelevance, but you also always have taking on g4. Just to get access on the e4 square. So just some kind of like this, and then e4 is e4. No, e4 is a problem because the bishop's c4, and oh dear. I've done bad things to my own to the black king. So let's not do that. But
Yeah, your king c7 seemed like a good move.
Yeah, king c7. Maybe you can do it now because of this queen or being on g6. Well, it's not easy though. I gotta say, it's not easy for black. It's not easy for white. And it's interesting to see. Well, we actually have some moves. So let me just go back and see what moves have been played. Knight gf6, and now Jababa doesn't have too much time now to figure out where to put the knight. You know, we were looking knight d2 because of this nice idea of knight c4, knight c3. And we're still just on move 12, just to repeat one more time, and there's still a lot more fun to come. So Jabava potentially in big trouble if he doesn't navigate this section very well, and he has to do it quickly as well. He can't be slow about it, because this is the kind of position that you get, and you could easily burn 10-20 minutes like figuring out exactly what to put, where to put the pieces, how you're going to respond to these particular ideas, how you're going to respond to e5, what should you be doing with the king, what is going to be the most troublesome move for black. And I'm worried, Ben. I'm worried for Jabava.
Yeah, this is one of those matchups where it's not really clear who the favorite is. Jabava used to be 2,700 FIDE, but lately his rating has been going down the last few years. And his opponent looks like young and ready to go.
Yeah, I think Jabava's playing because we have a real mix of players in these opening rounds. You know, we have players who are professional chess players. We also have ones who are very strong, but they're not able to make a living from chess. So I think, if my memory serves me, that Jabava's opponent is a software engineer by Dayla. So, and it would be great, you know, if he managed to win his game and make it potentially through to the second round. But we go back to the bird's eye view, and well, looking at the top row, I'm seeing that, oh, let's go immediately to the top row, because we see the evaluation bar is all the way on black's side. So maybe we go straight there and have a figure out what exactly is happening in that game. So it's a big tactical opportunity, and it's happened on the boards. Let's see.
Oh, 95. That's a nice trick.
Yeah. Let's oh.
Empty board. There's nobody there. It's the ghost board.
It is the ghost board, and wow. Okay, and we see Edamush pacing in the background, and we've just arrived to witness a double X-Cloud move. It's a brilliancy. So first up, shall we rewind and see how the players got here? Or should we just do a deep dive as to why knight to e5 is so good? Ben, the choice is yours.
Yeah, let's go back and see how they got here.
Okay, let's do it. Because when we left it, e4, e6, surprise. And, well, white seemed to be shaken by that. And after some think, d4, d5, opted for the exchange variation, which is as solid as it gets. Bishop d3, knight c6. And there, you can even see the percentage bar of how many draws there are. Like, literally, all of the games finish in a lot of draws. c3, all very normal. Bishop d6, h3. Okay, it's a little bit unusual because normally you'd be focusing on getting your pieces up, but black presumably was going to be pinning on g4 if you just got knight to f3. That's why went h3. Knight g7. Now queen f3 looks a bit strange to my eyes. You know,
Me too.
it's a classical opening, and you want to be doing classical things such as developing your knight, putting even I would say that pawn on h3 was a bit funny, but I understand why he went queen f3. He just wanted to go bishop to f4. He was worried about this bishop to c1, this bishop on c1 just being very bad. But it's like a situation where white is just getting in their own head and making very unusual decisions. So castles, knight e2, knight g6, and now he's worried about a knight coming to h4. But I think you just got to accept it is what it is and just castle. Get the king to safety. The king is standing on an open line. So h4 happened. And then you can see white is not ready for such aggressions. Rook e8, g3, and that was the final nail in the coffin as we find knight c e5. And so the big question, we're going to take it. I don't think you can do anything else. Knight takes e5, and then the queen, where to go?
Yeah, after queen e3, it seems like bishop c5 is a crushing move. That must be what he overlooked.
Yeah. I think knight e5 is one of those things, you know, you didn't see that a knight could go on an empty square. If there'd been a pawn on e5, I'm sure he would have thought, okay, knight takes e5 is a possibility.
Right.
But yeah, that's crushing, because if you move queen to d2, oh no, your queen.
Yeah.
That goes. So you can't do that. And
oh no, my queen.
yeah, and if you move your knight, well then you just invited these guys to a beautiful party where only black is enjoying themselves, and knight takes d3 is going to win the whole house. So queen e3 is failing big time. So
Wait,
what about
knight
taking
e5 is like already winning.
Oh, sorry? Knight e5 is, yeah, it's like the evaluation bar. Yeah. The evaluation bar is just there all the way on black side, so it's already game over for black. And we're just 10 moves in an exchange French. And I would say that black's issue here has just been, sorry, white's issue has just been just completely overthinking things. But okay, bishop, queen to d5, defending the bishop, snacking on a pawn. So what's the answer? So I first start, I would look at bishop e6, yeah, or c6. And then now where's the queen going to go?
Good question.
You can't go to d4 because knight to f3. So you just to put that on the board. Whoops. Bad news. And then queen to e4. White has their own counter hits. I guess you just keep on attacking, right? Either you go g6 with the intention of bishop to f5, or you just go f5, which is like I'm struggling to see. Or maybe bishop, maybe g6 is better.
I like f5.
Yeah. And the problem is that it's going to be difficult to hold on to this piece, this bishop on d3. Like you can throw in a check, but the king just goes to h8, and it's still going to be super difficult to defend it. Like you move the queen, you can move the queen to f4, you're in the line of the bishop. You move the queen to d4, you're in knight f3 territory again. So you can't hold on to this piece. And the only other thing is, can you do any counterattacks like bishop g5? But at the very least, you just take the queen. And, well, that's at the very least. You don't, maybe you've got something better here, like you can take on c4. And e3 is coming. Yeah, bishop is coming to g4. I mean, this is, yeah, this is like a demolition job. Oh no, this is one of the things about chess, is that you make a series of like teeny tiny mistakes. They're not that big of a deal, And then on move 10, you play g3, and that's it. After knight c5, there's no saving yourself from this one. I mean, can you go
it's a
queen
really nice
e3?
move. Because you were doing bishop c5 in the Well, I want to
So-
play bishop g4 here.
yeah. It looks good.
The
and I
evaluation
guess-
bar didn't move, so that's good.
Yeah, it looks great, right? I'm gonna have to eventually take. And
Then knight takes.
Knight takes, and knight f3. That old chestnut is coming. And we're in that realm again, where you, because of knight f3, you have to. What has he played?
He took
So
the
let's
knight.
go back to the moves. He took the knight. Knight takes e5 played, and now we couldn't find a good square for the queen to escape to. Queen takes d5, queen takes pawn, queen e3. Queen e3 was nicely met with bishop c5. Just put that up one more time. Bishop e3, queen e3, bishop c5. You cannot take the bishop because of knight takes bishop check, forking the king and the queen. So, and queen takes d5 was simply met by c6 or bishop e6. And the point is, as black, you just keep on hounding the queen, chasing her away, and eventually she'll either succumb to a knight fork on f3 or the bishop on d3 will drop off. Yeah, this has not gone well. And it's a real nightmare scenario, right, Ben? You're there, it's your moment to give a good fight to one of the top players in this event, and then this happens. 10 moves in.
I'm surprised on move one.
The receiving end. Yeah, surprise. And it's actually an indicative of how modern day chess is all about getting that surprise in, right? You don't want to be walking into your opponent's preparation. Scratch that. Get that surprise in early on. Make them play on their own without the preparation that has been backed up by 330-600 computer analysis, and instead let your opponent show their strengths. And it's all just gone horribly wrong for Nagy here from Libya. Maybe it was a case of nerves. To me, it was White was nervous, from making that choice to play the exchange French, going h3 and then going h4. And the result is that Edomush finds the brilliancy. Move 10. So, in your opinion, Ben, what is a miniature? Is a miniature when it's like less than 20 moves, or does it have to be less than 15?
I always thought it was 25 moves.
25. Yeah. For me, it's like the first section of the score sheet.
Yeah.
As a child, I grew up reading, I think it was done by Bill Wall, like this little book / pamphlet on that 1001 chess miniatures. And I was like, no, I'm never going to get into that book. And so whenever I could, I would drag out my game. So it was, it was longer than 20. Yeah. Sad news now for White as the penny drops. There is no good place to hide the queen on f3. Yeah. And you see it there in Nagy's face. He understands that his position is now in deep, deep trouble. So whilst White settles in for a think, maybe revisit the bird's eye view and check in on some of the other games. And Ben, I'm going to put it to you. Which one of our carefully selected games have you got your eye on?
Let's go back to Artemyev's game. It seems like he's dominating the position and
Okay.
took over the C file, took over the center, and it looks like things are really going his way.
Yep. Let's definitely pop in there, and then let's have also another game that catches my eye is Divya's game, Divya Deshmukh, because we saw she was potentially surprised in the opening, and she went for a very, very double-edged response. And let's go in here, and yeah, the evaluation bar is telling no lie, because White has got everything. So we left it with White, getting in e4, bishop h3 had just appeared, and we just like, okay, well, White can just play it safely and just go bishop f4. No need to do the swanky stuff. And as we expected, Black is very, very unhappy with the lack of space. And so Black is the one who has to actually start to do something. So e5, queen to d8 shuffling, knight d5, knight takes, and now penetration. Like queen comes into c7. How are you going to defend b7? I say that like it's your fault, Ben, but it's not your fault. It's all gone wrong.
Yeah, this
There's no way
position's
to
too
defend.
passive for Black.
I mean, you go rook b8, try to hold on. I mean, first of all, this bishop is bearing down on b8. So like the first move I'll be like looking at is like going e6, or maybe even throwing in queen takes queen first. And then if you go
I think queen
anything
takes
like this, then e6.
right, and then e6. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you can't take with the f rook, so you have to take with the b rook. But whoa, just when you thought you were out of it, another one comes in. Yeah. And I'm sorry to say, but this bishop is locked out of the game. This knight is passive. One of these pawns is going to drop. So Artemyev looking like he's on his way to a smooth win. Don't see
I agree with
how Black can respond. So let's go on to the Divya game, because it was very interesting Nimzo, where we were like, okay, Divya has to play in aggressive way. She has to go e4, not worry too much about the pawn on c4 that's going to be falling off. So we left it, and we left it right here, right? We left it with bishop e2, b6, just to kind of keep you updated on things. Kind of progressed as we expected, with Black targeting c4 and e4, knight a5, f4. Woohoo! 4 pawns in the middle of the board. Takes, takes, bishop takes. And yeah, it's a question, right? Do you go straight on with f5, or do you kind of blink and swap off bishops? Divya decided that she was going to do that. And now f5 and e5, queen e2, b5. So what do we make of this? So the first thing that kind of like comes to mind is that White is going to go bishop g5 and set up a pin. And then, knight h5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Pin. How is Black going to meet that? Yeah, let's put it on the board, Ben. This is getting really up. I mean, how does Black respond here? I would be shaking with nerves here. Knight h5, next move. I mean, if the thing is, right, if you go h6, which is my knee-jerk reaction, and then bishop h4, the pin is still very much in existence. And does Black have to do like, no, you can't go g5 to kind of break that pin. That's just like too much. Yeah.
G5 is interesting, but it looks risky.
It's just I'm terrified of knight h5 appearing. So I mean,
Mhm.
if I were very brave, there's no way to defend. Oh, hang on a second. I could go knight b6, but I mean, this just feels so wrong. Knight b6. So if I were meek, I'm going to go knight b6, knight h5,
Thought you want to
knight
play knight
b7.
b7.
I know. It's not great, is it? Because like rook is coming here.
Yeah, white has definite compensation for a pawn.
Yeah.
In fact, white
And
win the pawn back with queen takes b5 if they want to.
yeah. That is
I'm
very
not sure
true.
about
That is very true. So that's like a very, very modest attempt to try to deal with this like pin. And so bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. But then the answer is like, how else are you going to meet knight h5? Do you just let it happen and just go, no big deal? Probably. Like, maybe this? In for the penny, in for the pound. You must, as Yasser likes to say, if you're going to die, at least die on a full stomach.
Mhm.
But a knight h5.
Very
Now
dangerous
what?
attack for white.
Yeah, king h7
Yeah,
is
white's
like the
threatening
move that
bishop
I think.
h6.
Yeah, you can't do anything about. Yeah. So this is a big threat. So this is why like king h7, so that the queen doesn't come to g4 with a check. So yeah.
Very dangerous attack for white.
Would you touch this one? As black, would you go into a line like this?
I'd be very worried. Because white can also
Me
play
too.
rook f3, rook g3.
Mm-hmm.
Seems dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, so I can see it, right? Like the rook can come to f3. I mean, there's no way that you're breaking this pin anytime soon. So rook f3, you can just build. Yeah, and as our chat said, she has to speed up. Divya has to find a way. So she has to take a decision. I mean, bishop to g5 was the first move that kind of calls out to you because you're thinking pin and win. That's how the saying or the cliche goes. So, and bishop g5, and then the questions are all on black's side. How to fight against that pin. But what is it that could be troubling her? Is she also? What could be potentially worrisome about this? I mean, one of the lines that I did mention was this g5 business.
Yeah, g5 I
Could
thought was
this
really
be
interesting.
something? Could this be something that she's calculating and just thinking? Because g5 is going to be in the air, trapping this bishop on h4.
Yeah, I'm sure she's analyzing this. Oh, she took on e5.
Oh, she took on e5. Oh, okay. Okay, well, let's. She took on e5. D takes e5, and not the best move. Not the best move.
Yeah, the
As you
engine
can see,
doesn't
a
like.
question mark given. Yeah, but the fact that she took on e5 suggests to me that maybe she didn't like, maybe black taking on e4 and then maybe some d3 ideas or something like that. But wow, she took on e5, and then the question for black is how to respond. D takes e5, knight takes e5, queen b6 check.
Yeah, her time situation isn't good.
No, it's not good at all, is it? 18 minutes. And one of the things I don't like about this d takes e5 is now there's no point. So say we go like this. By the way, watch out. Black is threatening queen to d4. And now if you try to set up the pin, it is no big deal because you've always got queen b6
Right.
at the end of it. So you go h6 and then check. And black is simply a pawn up. Yeah.
Yeah, trading on e5 was mistimed.
Mm. Whereas if you do a comparison with like this one, h6, bishop h4, well, there's a risk now because if black is doing this, you got to work out what's going to be happening after knight to h5 with the idea of taking with the knight and delivering some checkmating ideas against the king. It's no. This is, and there's no check. Maybe there is a check. Maybe this d3, and maybe this was maybe this was what she was worried about, Ben. So she thought, let's take on e5. But still, now the bishop can come to f2, and the game kind of continues, and you've still maybe it would have fizzled out into a draw. Actually, queen d8.
Yeah, I was seeing the repetition also.
Yeah, but as it stands now, that was, I think, the perfect version for white. But as it stands with the pawn on e5, now there's queen b6 on tap, and black can even do it now, queen b6, right now, and then take on e5. And the problem for Divya is that she is a pawn down. And as long as black just keeps on defending, ultimately this extra pawn on the queen side is going to be, I'm almost going to say, winning the game for white. So Divya in huge trouble now, and also, for black, yeah, dude, Divya in huge trouble now on time and the clock. D takes e5, queen b6, d takes e5. Wow. Okay. Whilst black is considered, maybe before we leave this position, maybe we can, because black is taking a while. No, he just made a decision. So I was wondering, like, what could black be considering? And no, he was just double checking all of his lines, and d takes e5. And black is out of danger because of this resource. And shall we move on from this game and go to the bird's eye view? Okay, let's head there. And we see, actually, going to the bottom right of the bird's eye view, the Gerbova game. It took him a while, but he did find knight to d2 with this whole idea of castling queenside, and maybe white will be going for some sacrifices with a knight to open lines. So things looking really sharp for both white and black in the game on the bottom right between Gerbova and Cardoso. And then what is happening elsewhere? We see Faustino Oro. That's the top right. He's getting the knight to c5. And he's getting ready to initiate play in the center, striking out. So going to be an interesting battle there. But again, let's track the evaluation bar, because let's take a look right there in the bottom, slap bang in the middle, Grandelius against Damage. And it looks like it is one-way traffic for white.
Yeah, that evaluation bar is almost all the way up. That rook on d3 looks like it's not long for this world.
No, it's got nowhere to go, right? And let's dive into the game. Okay, so let's have a look. Like rook to d3. Ben, can white win it immediately? That is the big question. So if I want to go bishop f1, and rook f3, and
Mhm.
the rook is going to escape to f5, so you can't just attack it. But this king ain't safe either. So what's the follow through? I think you can trap it, right? I think if we boot that knight away from d5, we've got bishop f4. And things are looking trapped.
I was thinking white could play king g2 instead of bishop f1, and then play knight instead of bishop f1. And then the idea is to play knight f2.
Ah, nice, nice. And I guess you have to move this knight away from d5. I'm struggling to come up with squares for this knight to move to, because knight f2, it's looking good.
Well, it looks like he played bishop f1, which is your move.
Okay. Let's have a look. Bishop f1 was like a bit more forcing, but I loved your move, by the way. King g2, trapping, because you're going to lose a rook. Rook f3. Other moves, because the rook is so close to getting trapped. It's just got rook f5, so we've got c4. That's one forcing move. We've got f6, another forcing move. One thing you don't want to do is you don't want to go fg6, because then suddenly the rook goes, whew. That escapade ended okay. As I so f6, c4, and
I like your idea of playing e4 and bishop f4.
Yeah, c4, knight here, and I think we're spoiled for choice. So it's like I was thinking bishop f4.
Yeah, I like that move.
Then you've always got a rook d1 check in the back of your pocket, just in case black were to ever go knight c2. You just go, yep, that's fine. I'll just go rook a to d1. Let's get that one in the game. King c8 and rook e2. Simple chess. And this
Black's trapping all of his pieces.
Yeah, you're right. It's completely trapped. So, okay, bishop f1, and okay, well, we're maybe going to get an answer pretty quickly to our questions, like what is Grandelius follow through? And f6. I'm just reading the body language from Niels. His eyes are looking to f6. Or am I just overthinking things, Ben? I'm just thinking he's looking forward. He's not looking to c4. He's looking to another pawn move.
I think you're right.
and f6, and
He's
then
going to be looking at the king side.
Yeah. And this is something that every player and every person should just be observing, is how Niels catches himself. It's like at times you feel like he wants to make the move instantaneously. But what he does instead, he goes, no. Let me just double check. Let me just verify that I'm correct. And this was he's reaching for c4. So c4 played.
He tricked us.
Yeah. Okay,
well
that
was
might
your
have
idea, c4, bishop f4. That was a good idea.
I don't know, somehow or other, I just thought that he was be going f6. Just because his eyes were pointing that way. But, one of the things, and Ben, maybe you can also elaborate on this. I've been reading a lot of books about how grandmasters think, especially. He said, grandmasters, they tend to analyze and they then proceed to verify the analysis. They tend to just think, what could be wrong with my thinking? Whereas I would say the rest of us are just kind of thinking, this works. And you tend to look at it from a very positive viewpoint. I mean, is that very much true for you? Would you say that you find your moves, your candidates, and you think, let's have a look at how my opponent will react to it and just work back from that way?
Yeah, one of the ways to get better at chess is to spend more time thinking about what your opponent's going to do in response to your moves and being more objective. And I find the stronger the player is, the more objective they are and try to find resources for their opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, there doesn't seem like there's a lot of resources for black because black's rook is on f3. It seems like it's almost impossible that it got there.
Yes, that does. And it does beg the question, like, how did that rook get to f3? And it's maybe we can backtrack and play that game and find out. So let's not take it all the way from the top, but actually let's this position came from a King's Indian attack type of position where black has gone knight to d7, threatening to go e5. So d4 happened, knight b6, knight c3, knight f6, and knight. Yeah, so this is kind of like white is just simply trying to avoid mainline theory and instead just playing a nice positional game. The center is pretty stable. I mean, the only downside in white's position is this knight on c3. And so that's why I think, then this move, f3, like c6 apparently is like a serious mistake because it allowed f3. And then because of this knight's placing is that you want to be accelerating the play as much as possible. And that's actually really difficult to spot, that c6 would be such a bad move that instead you need to be focusing on, stabilizing the center, maybe working on the wings, troubling white's plan of going f3, e4, bishop h3. Sorry, I skipped a move. f3, rook d8, trying to stop e4. But unfortunately, it sets up another problem here. g6, e4 happens regardless. And just d takes, f takes. And you asked, Ben, and we're going to get the answer. This is how the rook is beginning to land on d3. So, again, just like in the game between Adomush and Naji, that it's just a case of black making like one small weakness in the opening, and that suddenly snowballed into catastrophe as we have this position on the board. It's sometimes like that. You get a bad opening, make one big mistake, and the position becomes critical, and that's it. Now you're lost because Niels has not put a foot wrong. And I'm looking, he's played with 99.5% accuracy, whereas his opponent 90.5% accuracy, which you think would give you like an equal game at least, or maybe you'd be slightly worse. But no, 90.5% accuracy gives you a position where white is the one with +3. +3, Ben.
Amazing. It's amazing that c6, which looks so natural, was a bad move. It caused black a lot of his problem.
Yeah. It's incredible, right? And isn't that the case, John, where you have like one small move and it has just tremendous impact on the game. It's like the butterfly effect in motion, and it's here in the chess world, here at the World Chess Cup.
Exactly right. I feel like when that move is a blunder or an obvious forcing line, okay, you can see those relatively clearly. But when it's an innocent looking move or a very natural looking move that turns out to be a disguised brilliancy or a blunder, and it takes so long for you to see why, those can often be both the most frustrating and the best moves in chess at the same time, right? Where you have to dig so many levels further to work out, oh, this is exactly why that is the case. But I don't want to take anything away from Grandmaster Grandelius here. He's done an incredible job, and he's extremely accurate in his game so far against Damaj, our player from Palestine. Really, really fun game to watch. And definitely a quiz question on how on earth that rook got to f3. That is such a fun one to follow through the game. We're going to be hopping to a quick break now, folks, but while we're on this break, if you've already got your tea and coffee sorted for the day, just a reminder that ChessUp's annual holiday sales starts right now, and you can save more with the promo code CHESS. So from now all the way through to the 1st of December, you can save $100 on the ChessUp 2, which is a physical electronic board that syncs to your chess.com rated games, and you can then save and analyze those on chess.com as well from the physical board. It's got built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sensitive pieces as well, supporting players of all levels. So use !ChessUp in chat to unlock $100 off until the 1st of December, which is the lowest price of the holiday sales season. But otherwise, grab yourself a fresh drink, and we will see you after the break for more action from the FIDE World Cup.
Watch out! What you're about to witness is not just a chess game, it's an absolute massacre. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and if you don't like this attacking style, you clearly have no blood in your veins. Bashir and Nepo decide to throw hands in a theoretical slugfest in the Petrov defense at the Champions Chess Tour. After bishop to g4, the Frenchman plays bishop to d3. Unexpected, since the usual route is a3 followed by g4. After poking around on b7, White finally says, "Alright, time to party," and launches an attack on the king side. After d5, things get spicy. Black goes for the weak c3 pawn, and after king to g2, he commits his first mistake with rook a to d8. What he should have played was knight to c4, because rook takes d5 is never possible due to queen to c6, and suddenly White's rook sweats. Meanwhile, Bashir started to have fun on the queen side, getting ready to double the rooks on the a file. That a7 pawn is having a meltdown. Then comes knight to c4, and a rook swap happens, and suddenly we arrive at one of the most beautiful chess moments of recent years. Most of us would casually move the e6 rook here, but Bashir, possessed by the spirit of Mikhail Tal, popped up on Espresso and probably listening to heavy metal music, says nope, and plays knight g5. What? Madness! Hold my beer! Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta! If pawn takes e6, then queen takes e6 comes with mate. And if bishop e7, then knight takes f7 absolutely wrecks black. Nepo, probably regretting his life choices, plays rook to d6. And here comes another moment of pure chess poetry. Boom! Queen to g3. The queen is on the way to h4, ready to crush the party on h7. In a last desperate attempt, Nepo tries to sack his queen with queen to d8 in case of queen h4. But Bashir just says, "Nice try, buddy," and plays rook to e8, which is just chef's kiss. If queen takes g5, then queen takes d6 finishes the game. Nepo played queen to e8, and Bashir follows up with queen to h4, threatening mate on h7. At this point, the bully doesn't even bother taking on e4. One final move, king to g3, and black throws in the towel.
fake marble lies I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself, and you were so goddamn selfish. You were so goddamn selfish. The city feels so dark when no one's around. We're sitting in my car.
We are back with the 2025 FIDE World Cup coming at you from sunny Goa, and we are neck deep in the middle game here in round number 1. We're not eliminating any players today, of course, because each round consists of 2 games. Players will get an opportunity to play with each color, but we are starting to see some increasingly interesting positions on a large number of boards, as well as the first decisive results beginning to trickle in. So let's go ahead and hop into a different board that we haven't seen so far, but we've seen occasionally on the bird's eye view. It is, of course, Grandmaster Martinez Jospem playing against Candidate Master Ho, who is another, I'm going to say another because there are so many in this playing hall and I'm scared, Jovi, another child prodigy.
Yeah. This opponent is just 14 years old. And remember, when you're playing someone so young, you don't know what to expect. And Jose Martinez with the black pieces, well, he has some things to look forward to, but you can see there from the evaluation bar, everything is level. You see black has a great knight on there on b4, but white with the last move, bishop to d1, is making all the right moves because the action could be brewing on the king side, right, Ben?
Yeah, bishop d1 keeps an eye on the knight on h5, defends the knight on f3, and is sort of preparing for black to play f5. I like the black knight on b4 a lot because that's there permanently. So I like black's position. Also, I always look at the clock now because we're getting into a time trouble area of the round, and black has a big time advantage. So Jose is going to have to figure out whether he can play f5 at some point favorably and then swing his rook on a7 over to the king side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking good, right, you know, on the king side. So the first thing is that this bishop coming to d1, yeah, is given an exclam, but it is targeting this knight on h5. And tactically, that always makes me, I don't know about you, Ben, but I'm always like tactically a little bit afraid of these things. So the first move that I'll be thinking of is just going back with the knight to g7, just to get ready and anticipate and sure enough, it
Very
appears
pathetic.
on the board. Yeah, and it's on the board, and f5 is soon to make an appearance. But then the question for white is white really has to do something right now. You know, either you're preparing for f5. Well, I'm saying that, but I don't really see how one can prepare. And you can't prevent it, that's for sure. I mean, I don't see anything there. And it's not easy to come up with a way to fight this plan, because if you don't do anything, then as you mentioned, f5, rook f7, you know, it's going to be problems on f2. This knight is very well placed on b4. Ben, do you spot anything that white can do to save themselves, or lessen
this
the
seems
impact
very
of the
pleasant.
tiebreak.
This seems just really pleasant for black. This seems like a great kind of King's Indian. Just what black wants.
Mm-hmm.
And the knight on g7 is keeping an eye on e6 in case white wants to play knight g5 to e6. So the knight on g7 is really well placed. It's defending and attacking.
Yeah, it is. Could you be cheeky, Ben, and go queen to h6? Go knight to g5, checkmate on h7. You never know.
I actually like that move. I like queen h6.
Well, okay, so if is okay. Okay, like if you were to ignore it, let's just see. I mean, how deadly is this idea of going knight to g5?
Well, it
Knight
looks
to
like you have
e8.
to play knight e8.
Yeah. And now this is also something that I really wanted to meet. Okay, I understand that this is going all in, but how terrible is this? I mean, but I might be doing absolutely everything going all in, because I'm just thinking, how is this if everything gets traded? It does feel like white is the one with all of the weaknesses, weak pawns on a4, f4, and black is the one that is rock solid. I mean, what are your vibes here for white? I mean, do you also feel like white is on the back foot here, or are you more optimistic?
I'm sort of in the middle. I think both sides have chances here. But yeah, it seems like knight e8 would defend. I was thinking maybe black should play f6 after queen h6 just to stop all this nonsense. But
Okay.
I mean, I want to play f5 at some point, so I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make any sense.
Oh,
And he played
would you
queen
believe
h6.
then he's gone for it? I think he has to roll the dice, right? I mean, as we mentioned before, white is teetering on the edge of being seriously worse. So queen h6, definitely the move. And now, like your idea, f6, let's put that on the board and just be a little bit more cautious and time f5. But I mean, is
he
your
played
plan
f6 immediately.
Did he play f6 immediately? Oh, okay.
He played it immediately right after queen h6.
Wow. We are getting all the moves right. Okay, so here, what is the plan? Are you going to go as black? Are you going to go bishop out to g4 and then just get rid of this knight? And then we'll go f5 and get ready to rumble on the f line.
I thought I could also play knight e8 and rook g7 and then play f5. And then my knight could go to f6.
Even better. Even better. Let's put that on the board. So if white starts just wasting time, it's the only move that comes out to me is knight to e3. So you just want to go knight e8 and then rook g7 and then and I'm just actually it's actually really difficult to come up with moves for white, funnily enough, because I'm like looking for the kind of waste your moves. You can't really touch this bishop because it's actually defending a4 and it's got no squares to go to on this particular diagonal, and I'm struggling to do anything with these knights because all the squares are covered. Like, okay, knight h4 was something maybe that I would head for. And then your idea was to go, are you going to go f5 now? Or are you going to go rook g7 and build it up for a little bit longer?
Yeah, I was going to wait.
You're going to rook g7. And And if I just let it happen, I mean, this is us. Oh, actually, where are you going to go? F5. That was a bit presumptuous of me, Ben. Sorry. Where are you going to go? F5 right there and then?
Yeah, I was going to play F5.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so F5, and how is this? Like, what should white do? I don't want to be allowing F4, so let's liven things up. G takes F5.
And G takes.
Mm-hmm. And I never know in these positions, but my instinct is always to do this. I need to stop playing with the pawns and start playing with the pieces, but this is my vibe. Just prevent black.
Yeah, this seems fine for white. White's knights on E3 and H4 are really good.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, and this knight on H4, it's actually prevents black from ever doubling up on the G line, because I was looking at like rook to F6, continuing the chase, queen H5, and there's no breakthrough point. Like, yeah, you can take here, but who's benefiting from this? As you mentioned, these knights are just pointing at the F5 point. So, wow, it's not as straightforward as it looks. So going back to
the main problem that white has is the time situation. White has less than 10 minutes, and black has almost an hour.
Serious time problems there. F6. And if Jospin plays it calmly, the thing is going to force white to burn the time on the clock, right?
Right.
Oh, by the way, I like in that chat, not recipe saying never play F6. Ben, you're ignoring your own rule. So
you have to ignore your own rules sometimes. Well, white played H4. Wow.
Okay. So we were looking at going F in a knight E3, but and did you see Jospin made his move instantly? Rook to B7. Now, Ben, is this move designed to play against Isaac's time trouble? Because it's not a move I would have expected. I would have expected rook F7 or the knight going to E8, some kind of activity on the king side. But rook to B7 is just like, oh, the queen side exists as well. Wasn't expecting that. And now I can understand the point. Now, like knight A6 is in the air, rook B4. What do you think about?
Yeah, the rook is just better on the B line than it is on the A line. But I was concentrating on the king side with rook F7, rook G7.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. I thought that the queen side had been determined. The knight on B4 was sitting pretty. That was as good as it got over there, and you needed to focus on the other side of the board. And okay, so I mentioned knight to A6, but do you think, what's your opinion on knight to A2? Is black actually threatening something like that? Is Jospin being I call him Jospin, but it's not his name. That's his internet handle. It's actually Jose Martinez. Knight A2. Is that?
Then I would play rook C2.
Yeah. So again, knight E3 is the move that calls out to me, because you want to be improving your worst placed piece. Is either that or king G2. So I'm going to go knight to E3, and then if you go knight A2, as you pointed out, Ben, rook C2, and yeah, this is not what Jose Martinez wants to do, right? He doesn't want to be repeating. Oh, knight H2.
Knight 3 to H2.
Yeah. Yeah. You go back, I go forward. And this is now like a big flag for black to go f5, to not beat around the bush and just go.
Yeah, white can't play knight g5 anymore, so I don't like knight h2.
Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of trying to play it like a Lopez, where you just jump in with your knight to g4 and your knight to e3. But yeah, I just think natural moves sometimes are the best, and knight h2 doesn't quite fit the profile. Maybe he's, yeah. Okay, and let's dive in, Ben. Let's look f5. What's wrong with that move?
Nothing's wrong with f5.
Yeah. And how
Maybe
would you
white.
respond?
Maybe white forgot about f5 because black just played f6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and didn't go rook f7. Went rook b7, and so somehow you just forget that the king side exists as well. In this type of position, how does one respond? Because I can't do my beloved f4 just to block things up. You end up in a whole lot of trouble. I guess you have to be ready to take on e4 with a knight and go knight d2. But is black going to be in big trouble now? Oh, sorry, not black, white. Is white going to be... What happens if white were to just do the happy moves? I don't know about you, Ban, but I'm looking at doubling up on the F line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
F4. Or is F4 something? Maybe the plan is this. Maybe it's just like a waiting game. You provoke f5 and then go back with a knight to f3 and get in your knight to g5 and yeah, happy camper. Yeah. Interesting stuff here. But knight h2. So yeah, provoking black to go f5. I think you do have to go knight d2. I don't see anything. Do you see anything else for whites?
You could play knight f3 first. Although,
yeah,
I could take on e4 and then play knight f5.
Yeah.
So I guess that would be good for black.
Yeah, and it's all gone wrong because the queen will have to give herself up for the rook. She's got no space. Yeah. So knight d2 is the only move, and then the plan is to go knight f3, knight to g5, and just argue that the queen and knight are gonna be a source of counterplay for white.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as you mentioned though, Ben, it's all about the clock, and the problem is that when you don't have so much time, they're on move 29 for what is essentially a very, very complicated position. If white puts a foot wrong, you can almost sense that white is going to be busted. So very, very dangerous for whites. Shall we go back to our bird's eye view, Ben, and take a look at some of the other games?
We have a result. Artemiev won. He busted through on the queen side.
Yep. Okay, let's check out the ending of that game because it's pretty. We saw it and it was pretty dominating for black. Yeah, and it would be nice to have it and show the finish of it. Because when we saw it, the queen was already on c7. Yeah, okay, and we're gonna get it up. And so when we left it, yeah, you can see that we left it here. Here it just looks like Operation Infiltration, and rook b8 wasn't a defense because the queen takes the queen, and the rook was going to appear on c7. So let's see how black tried to defend. b6, queen b7, Nicely done, huh? You know, you just pile up on the 7th rank, and the knight's got no squares. Oh no. Oh no, Ben. No, this is not this is a
That's not good.
disaster. No. And then rook b8, queen takes a7, rook a8, and it's just picking up material. Queen c6, rook c8, and rook c1. And you see, I love the way that Artemiev plays. You know, very natural. He just doesn't blink and go rook takes rook. Instead, he just holds attention. Rook takes rook, queen takes. Let's see, h6. Doesn't even allow black a g5. How mean. Rook e8, queen b7, bishop f8, and then the rook comes in, and there's going to be danger. So rook e7, and oh no, the queen is trapped. So yeah, that was a very nice finish there from Artemiev. Very impressive. Okay, let's immediately head over to the Divya game, where we should just made a big mistake, should taken on e5. Has there been any developments? The evaluation bar is telling us one thing, and that is that it is much, much, much better for black. But it's the clock. Oh, they're on move 24, and Divya has only 3 minutes and 8 seconds left. Oh,
Yeah, her king side
Ben.
is gone.
Yeah, there's no kingside attack. But how are your time travel skills? I mean, are you good in time travel, Ben?
No.
Because I can't offer any advice there.
No, I'm
All I
very
can
bad
say
in
is
time trouble.
when I lose in time travel, like, you know how some people play really good moves in time travel? That doesn't happen with me. I make all the mistakes. Like I blunder. I lose my nerve, and I think it's like you have to be in a reactive mindset, and where possible you overprotect. But here, 24 moves, 3 minutes on the clock. Oh, it's not looking good. And it's black to play. And we left it on move 17. Maybe we can backtrack why black is thinking. Because we left it on move 17. She just played d takes e5. D takes e5 was the response. And rook b1 played to put pressure against b5. But unfortunately, this was nicely defended. King h1. Yeah, never get into time travel. That is a good advice there from Ludstek. But h6, and yeah, no pin possible. And it's really interesting how everyone is like constantly thinking, what does your opponent want to do? And then I will stop it. Rook b6, and here a4. The engine is being a bit harsh, because when you're in such situations, you have to make a move. You have to come up with something. It's very difficult to be a pawn down and wait. A6, given a miss, but doesn't really change the evaluation. AB, bishop e3, knight takes e3, queen takes e3, and then Ben, do you think it's just for black? You just have to just make any move and then just start pushing the b pawn?
Yeah, it looks like eventually black's b pawn is going to be really strong, and white has a weakness on e4 that she's going to have to defend for the rest of the game. And there's not really any compensation for white. White doesn't have any attack or anything, so it doesn't look good for white.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, if you could magically transport this knight to d5 and take control of the d line, then okay, now you're starting to talk compensation, with the pawn perhaps advancing to f6. But nothing is active. I mean, can black just go b4? I mean, or do you just want to go connect the rooks? Queen c7, queen d6. Mm.
Yeah, I like all that stuff.
Mm.
I like b4.
Yeah, b4. Why not? Be direct.
Maybe queen c5 is counterplay.
Mm-hmm. Queen c5. The thing is, though, you're not really...
I guess I can play queen b8.
Yeah. I was thinking queen d4, but I like your queen b8. So everything is nicely defended. And it's all good. Next move is going to be rook c8. There's no way to dislodge this knight on f6.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant for white.
Yeah, it's yeah. There, I don't think I've put up the best resistance either as white. So yeah. Okay. Well, we do have news that Khan Erdemüş, his game has finished. It was a win against his Libyan opponent, but it's a great start for the young 14-year-old. You know, we saw him there with a winning tactic on move 10. So let's have a look at the finish. And there you see smiles as it looks like Yaz is going to be smoothly sailing, I would say, into the second round. But he still has to play a game tomorrow. So let's take a look at how the game finished, because we kind of left it on move 11 and things had gone critically wrong for white. Yeah, you just saw a glimpse of the final position. I mean, we left it with this beautiful blow, like knight ce5, d takes e5, and the game didn't really actually last for that much longer because queen takes d5, probably the best try, but as we kind of guessed, you know, all black has to do is like keep attacking the queen e4, setting up a battery against h7, but f5, you know, the queen gets bounced around the board. And then queen e3, bishop, oh no. It just doesn't end for white. King f1, and now, yeah, king f1, bishop takes h1, bishop takes f5, bishop c5, the queen goes to g5 and allows queen to d1 checkmate. So he won that game, Yaz Khan Erdemüş, in just 17 moves. Very impressive.
That's a miniature.
Yeah, it is. It is the definition of a miniature. And it just worked like a dream from start to finish. So good start there for Erdemüş, winning with the black pieces. So, okay, maybe let's take a look at the bird's eye view as we see some games in progress. And Ben, I'm gonna get you to make the decision here. Which one of these games?
I want to look at Jobava's game again.
Okay, let's head there and let's see if we can find it. And I'll bring it up. I will bring it up, I promise you. Because when we left it, it was, you know, white needing to really generate a whole series of accurate moves. And that's progress. Jobava, you know, we left him with just 15 minutes on the clock and not so much time. And now he has, according to the evaluation bar, like a huge advantage. And he's got a clamp on e5. So shall we quickly backtrack? I mean, it was only just a few moves. Like we left on move 13. e5 happened as we expected, castles. And we were looking at pawn takes pawn. We were looking at some weird and wonderful moves like king c7. What we didn't anticipate was the knight coming to e4, which invites a trade of queens and which would work if white were obliged to trade off. But unfortunately, queen f7, knight takes d2, rook takes d2, e takes d4, and f4 And so there's not going to be any e5s at all for black. And that means that is going to cause black a whole load of headaches, because how are you going to untangle? I mean, first up, as black, I'd be looking to hold on to d4. I mean, do other moves catch your eye, Ben?
Yeah, black could try to play c5, but that seems like black's asking for too much. Jobava has less than 5 minutes on the clock.
And they're only on move 17. So yeah. But what to do? King c7?
I mean, if white plays knight takes d4 and knight e6 check, seems like white's just winning.
Okay, so king c7, knight takes d4, and knight e6. Oh no, the position has fallen apart. I don't have anything constructive to add to this. No, I agree with you completely. Rook e1 is coming. Everything is coming. This pawn on e7 is going to fall. No, this is bad news. So, okay, f. So that was king c7. What about c5? Let's try to hold on to d4. I mean, is everything going to implode? Probably. It feels so shaky.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with white, but it seems like black's in a lot of trouble.
The thing is, though, if you just get rid of this pawn on d4, it feels like black's position will just collapse like a house of cards. So how can we get rid of this pawn?
What about knight g3 to play knight f5?
Okay.
I guess black could play g6.
But are you not coming in with your rooks?
Well, the engine doesn't like any of my moves for either side.
Well,
it likes white.
Yeah, it likes white, yeah. But I'm just feeling that it's really difficult to play, really difficult to hold. And what is the engine checking? Let's just check. So after c5, the engine says, okay, you don't get brave with knight takes d4, but okay, c3. c3 is gonna destroy things. Then knight, I don't know. I guess you just your knight f6. I'm just suggesting random moves and then try to hold on like this. Keep the position closed. But you cannot survive long, right, Ben? You cannot survive with the bishop and the rook and the king stuck in the middle and this rook coming in on the E line. It just smells. The whole position is just creaking.
Yeah, black's position looks like it's falling apart.
Yeah. No, this is all gone completely wrong. So, okay. So this was c5 holding on. So f4, great move. King c7. So going back to king c7, right? Because at least the rook on a8 is happy. But you were just doing knight takes d4, and you were going to go knight to e6. And what happens after like rook c8? And the evaluation bar is none too impressed.
Yeah, I mean just rook e1.
Just rook e1, and yeah.
Looks terrible for black.
Yeah, it doesn't look like black is going to be surviving anything. So I was just thinking take on g4. And yeah, they see the evaluation bar is like, no, it's not good. But I don't see an immediate knockout blow just yet.
No, I don't see a forced win, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, with this king out there on c7, with this rook not participating, I mean, I was looking at rook e6, but maybe if you maybe there's some funny business like rook takes e7. Maybe there's something because the queen will have to move over. But yeah, I don't feel like you need to do this. Maybe what about if you just clinical? Let's go bishop takes e7 and try to pile up on d7. My big threat is knight to e6 check and I'll win the knight. The end.
Yeah,
It's
that
good
just
enough,
seems
right?
crushing.
It's good enough. And good enough is good enough. Basically, you don't need to reinvent the wheel and win beauty prizes. It's
Yeah,
still
96
1-0 in the end.
crushing, yeah.
Yeah, 96 is coming. Yeah, though. Okay. So king c7, we can finally put that one to sleep. And that means actually that after f4, going back to the game position after f4, we haven't yet found a single move that we're happy with the white pieces. And I know the evaluation bar is like all the way in white's favor, but we haven't managed to find a single move that we're like, okay, white has to work really hard now to squeeze an advantage against black. No, we haven't. Maybe, what are you thinking, Ben? Can you see anything?
No, this looks lost for black. I think black's only hope is Joe Bava's time situation.
Yeah. Yeah. But when the moves are so natural though, and they're so risk-free, this is the thing, you like knight takes d4, was just put the rook on e1, point down at e7, just ask the questions to the king. I'm not that concerned about Jabava's time. But do we have a move? Let's go. No move just yet. And I'm just checking out the accuracy, but Jabava, 94.7% accuracy with the white pieces. Very impressive.
That's good.
So it's looking good for him. Although we'll see whether time travel has an impact on this particular position. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and check out some of the other games. And, well, we're in the end game there in the top row. I can see that Jeffrey Zhang against Li. That's very, very balanced. But it's balanced in terms of material, but it's not balanced in terms of pawn structure, with Jeffrey just playing on a queenside pawn majority. That's the game in top middle. And in the bottom row, yeah, we see that there's been still in the end game, Grandelius in slap bang in the middle and the bottom. He's just simply material up. So he's on the way to winning this. And the queens have come off in the game between Ho against Martinez. That's in the bottom left. But Ben, I'm going to ask you, where do you want to go to? Well, wait a second. We do have a result on one of the other boards. Andy Woodward, he was one of the stars of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Also, just, I think, 15 years old. He won his game against Himal Gusain. So maybe we check it out. Shall we go right from the start? To take a look at that accuracy, 93.2%. That's great news. So Andy Woodward with the white pieces, Himal playing d5, c4, dc4. Are you an expert on the QGA, the Queen's Gambit accepted?
I definitely am not.
Well, neither am I, but I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to broaden my horizons and not just go e6 and z6. And yeah, okay. And the knight comes to c3. So far, so good. All is well here, very much in the realms of theory. The knight to d7, that's when everything kind of changed. We were out of book, and knight to d7 goes back.
Yeah, that
Bishop
move I don't know.
c4. Yeah, I got plans of targeting f7, so black has to be very, very careful. Knight f6. Bishop takes f7. Anyhow, queen b3, king e8, castles, bishop d6. So here is nice, right? He didn't take the bishop. He did not take the bishop and instead castled. Bishop d6, knight e6. Oh, apparently bishop d. Sorry, I went back. Bishop d6. Apparently bishop to g5, setting up a pin was like the best move. But knight e6, tempting. Queen e7. Out in comes the knight. You can't take. Watch out! You can't take this knight because after knight takes c7, you pick up a queen. So nice tactic there. So knight d5, e takes d5, knight c5. And it's actually really, these positions are so difficult to play as black because every move you have to watch out for the checks, the captures. Is there some funny business happening with the rook coming to e1? And you see like white's moves are just so kind of natural, threatening a rook coming to e1, targeting the queen and rook. And yeah, you know, black is a piece up, but he's walking on thin ice. And then rook f8. Rook a1, rook takes f4. Whoa, this is one of these games to explore for a long, long time, you know, to savor with a cup of tea, as John likes to say, and then just enjoy the piece imbalances, the sacrifices, the queen coming to c2. That was not a good move, actually. It looks so natural targeting a7 and c7, but bishop to f5 is the blue arrow. It's the only move is indicating, because I'm guessing that after queen takes c7, which is like the most natural move, it's unbelievable that black is actually the one that's better. And the whole idea is that you just go rook c8 and this pawn is getting nowhere because you'd think this, but this. Wow, crazy, crazy, Ben.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I wouldn't have thought. I would not have thought that the saving move was bishop to f5. So g6 played, and then that was it. It all fell apart for black. King. Chess is a game of such fine margins, and then queen e5 comes, bishop f6, king d6, and boom, brilliancy. Wow, what a game. What a game. It's all about promoting the pawns. So here, bishop b7. And I was expecting him to go queen takes rook, but nope. You can be precise until the very end. And then bishop c6, h3. Doesn't even allow back rank mates or anything like that. Rook takes d8. And yeah, just to wrap up last of this here. It was a really stunning game, Ben. Like, and Andy, do you know much about Andy? Do you know much about him? Because he's just 15 years old, and in the final round,
he did well in the US Championship to just finished.
Yeah, he was given a wild card for this particular event, and in the FIDE Grand Swiss, if he'd won his last round, he might have been in the running to qualify for the candidate spot. And the king, oops, we can just go fast forward to the final position, and you can see white's picked up a whole load of pawns and now picks up the rook. But beautiful, beautiful game. And I really like these ideas of going castling, you know, just go back, and how he didn't go for winning the piece, but instead he's like, no, let me just let me castle, let me just roll the dice and embrace the complications. What a game. What a start there from Andy Woodward. So let's go back to our bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games. And where should we head to now? And Ben, as always, the choice is yours.
Let's go look at Faustino's game again.
Yep, let's head there. So, and by the way, I just wanted to mention that the game has actually continued in the bottom right between Jobava and Cardoso, exactly as we predicted, with the rook coming to c8, the king coming to c7. But Faustino's game was a very sharp, very sharp Caro-Kann, and we left it way back with these trades happening. And let's quickly fast forward onto knight d7 was played, and the knight came to c5. And let's just fast forward. And this is the move again, d4. And Faustino's playing very confidently here, wouldn't you say? Like, he breaks out in the center, he just like, I want to play the game in my own terms. And he's just 12 years old, let's not forget. He's hunting for a GM norm. In order to get a GM norm in this event, he needs to play his way until the very top. So knight takes d3. And then he's just like putting the pieces on good squares. Knight c4, king comes. And everything is like nicely handled. Rook hd8 was the last move, and looking at the clock times, it's all balanced. The position looks balanced. But the question is, like, who's going to make the most of their pawn majority? I mean, whose position would you prefer, Ben?
It seems like it's about equal. I think Faustino's doing well compared to what I thought. I thought he was slightly worse before, but now I think he's equal.
Okay.
Seems like he got a blockade on the e5 pawn.
But it's kind of funny, right? Because, like, whose pawn structure is more mobile? Whose pawn majority is the one that's going to get going? Like you say, king e6, nice blockade on e5. But it does grant some squares. And what's Black's plan to advance these pawns? I don't see anything. I mean, maybe there is no plan. Maybe you should just go like rook ac8 and play life as normal. Okay, well, we're going to take a pause on this one, and we're going to immediately head over to the game between Divya and her opponent, because we have some action happening there. When we left it, she didn't have too much time on the clock. And wow, what has happened? Are my eyes deceiving me? The valuation bar is all the way in favor of white, and Black's lost a rook.
Yeah, Black seems to be down a rook. We have to go back and see how that happened.
Exactly, because when we left it, Black was like in the driving seat. Queen d6. Just to quickly run through this, everything is great. Queen d4, queen takes d4. No. What on earth has happened here?
Yeah, the board has the wrong moves.
The board has yeah.
If you look at the actual board, he has both of his rooks.
Okay. The board has the wrong moves. Okay, I was just thinking, I've never seen too many finger fails. But I have that was
Black
something
is
I
still in the
expected
driver's
last
seat.
yeah.
Just the PGN has the wrong moves.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's ignore the PGN and let's just focus in on the time. 2 minutes and 30 something seconds for Divya. Knight takes, knight, rook takes, and okay, well, Divya is doing some good things. She doesn't have so much time, but she's managing to create some counterplay. She's threatening ideas of f6. She's got ideas of going rook to e8 to give in a check, and maybe start harassing the kingside pawns. But she has to do something, because otherwise the b pawn is just going to run away to victory.
Yeah, sorry about that false alarm there. Looked like the PGN messed up with rook takes queen.
Yeah.
He probably slid his rook down to the queen and it stopped on d6.
Yeah. It's It happens. I've never ever seen a situation where, you know how in mouse slips you have that kind of slip up where you just drop a piece on a certain square, but in over the board chess, it doesn't tend to happen. I can't think of a single situation where something like that has ever happened.
Yeah.
Okay. And we now have the PGN updated, so we can actually analyze out this position. And the rook to b3 was given a question mark. What did she need to do instead of b4? She needed actually to go rook to e8 as the blue arrows indicated, and to give a check, and again just pin all hopes on generating some counterplay against the king side. So now that I have the board, rook e8 would have saved the game. King h, then rook e7. Because if you run on with the pawn, you've got rook takes f7, and you're not going to defend g7 in a hurry. And you're not going to be able to escape the checks. So, I mean, can you? No, you can't, because the rooks can take both ways. So, rook e8. Rook e8 would have been the only way to save the game. But rook to b3 going on the passive, and now black can take some time out. Go king f8, go rook b7, and just slowly grind it out. And I mean, how would you grind it out, Ben? I mean, what kind of appeals to you? Because it is a pawn, and I know the evaluation bar is like heavily in black's favor, but it's still work to be done by black. You know, you can't approach with a king that easy.
I think black should play king f8, like you said. And it's going to take a lot of technique to win. Because white can just stay with the position. And it's hard for black to break through.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? It's not going to be... Because if you try to like move this rook away from the b line, then okay, just I know and then this rook can get behind the b pawn, and if the one set of rooks gets swapped off, and say black wins, say the f5 pawn, then that's going to be a draw. So still, I mean, the thing is though, they're on move 31, and black can just shuffle, right? You can go king g1, you know, black can go rook b7. Doesn't have to do anything fancy.
Yeah, black ended up playing rook b7 instead of king f8.
Yeah, so he ends up rook to b7. But still some work to be done in this particular position for black. You know, white has got a blockade, and it's not easy. It's not easy to win this, and Divya still has some hope. And hope, John, that's such an important thing when you're defending a bad position, isn't it?
I feel like we're in the middle of round one and we're talking about hope already, and I'm going, oh no, what am I going to talk about on tiebreak day? But you're absolutely right. You need to grind down and give your opponent the opportunity to make mistakes, even if it feels like none of them are coming. One of the strange things about chess that I find really strange, and Ben, maybe you'll have like a really good insightful opinion on this, is that when I'm in a losing position, I can see all the winning lines for my opponent super easily suddenly, and then I'm making moves expecting my opponent to just make all the correct moves and to absolutely obliterate me, and when he or she doesn't make those moves, I'm like, what? And sometimes I feel like we forget that it's easier to see a lost position than see a winning one. And it's so difficult, even in a better position, to convert sometimes.
No, you're right. It happens to me too when I'm thinking like everything loses and my opponent's winning and they don't play the winning moves. It gives me some kind of false hope. And sometimes the hope actually comes to fruition. But yeah, that's a common thing, John.
I take hope as well from that being a common thing. right, Jovi? Because at the end of the day, if you can see all the winning moves to your opponent, but they don't play them, you're thinking, great, that means I've got a shot here. But it maybe speaks a little bit to chess psychology. Like, obviously you've been in loads of pressure situations, becoming champions at tournaments. You have to shift your mindset to, I now need to find the winning moves and not fluff this up. To what extent is that a huge mindset shift over the board? Like, do you really have to sort of ground yourself and think in a completely different way once you know you have the advantage? Or is it a lot more subtle than that? Sorry, I've given Jovi flashbacks, presumably, to, I would have to presume, multiple British championships. I don't know. Yeah, there might have been a specific tournament Jovi had in mind. I have no intention of giving Jovi an anxiety attack on stream, so that is not what I intended to do there. But yeah, how big of a mindset shift is that just something really subtle that you do at the board, or is it something that you have to almost completely reset to try and convert a winning position?
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry about that. As you started asking the question, I was like, oh no, I really need to cough. That was a sudden mind shift there, I can tell you. It depends on the situations. You know, there are situations where you're fighting and you can see great moves from your opponent and they don't play them and you just think, oh no. But this position ultimately still remains the same. But it does give you hope, you know. Gives you small bits of hope just to keep the fight alive. And other times, I mean, this is actually the mark of a good player. Like you're, I wouldn't say you're losing, but you're kind of slightly worse, you know, maybe groveling a little bit. And then, you know, you have to shift from, oh, hang on a second, I'm winning. And a lot of the times it's actually very difficult to make that mind just change. You know, you're just thinking, oh, you know, I'm just worse. This person is a lot stronger than me. So I need to continue just groveling away. And that's actually a mark of a very good, strong player. And the youngsters have this in leaps and bounds, that they have zero respect for their opponent. They have quiet confidence. I wouldn't say arrogance, because the younger generation are not like that. But they just know, and they have this belief in themselves. And if you go in there as an optimist, that, you know, there's always a possibility to go wrong. And if there isn't, it doesn't matter. You know, you were losing. You were meant to lose anyway. So that's fine. Then you can actually see a lot of opportunities. Like earlier on in the game between Divya and her opponent, this opportunity to make a draw, like rook to e8, just came from nowhere. And she was just so thinking in just one aspect and not zooming out on the bigger picture that she just missed it. But if you just keep on, you know, zooming in, looking at in your own variations, looking at your opponent's variations, and then zooming out and just seeing the board as a whole in general, looking at external factors such as the time, such as the fact that your opponent is getting more and more frustrated because things are not as easy as they hope, then things will gradually start to change. I hope that answers the question. Thank you, John.
No, it definitely does. And trying to get your mind through all of that while sat at the chessboard, while the tension in the hall is ratcheting up as we get squeezed into time control problems, as we get squeezed towards move 40, the pressure to make the right moves in an increasingly short amount of time is only causing more players here to potentially buckle under the pressure, but some will of course shine through and show us that they can make the most out of these potentially winning positions. We'll find out as more games move towards a conclusion here in round number 1 of the FIDE World Cup straight after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On Chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
I chose to play the Sicilian as my main weapon with black about 35 years ago. E4, C5. C5 is an excellent move that controls the D4 square, and when white plays D4, we're ready to capture it. This is, of course, on the Sicilian, and I think it's a really good opening for beginner and intermediate players. A lot of lower-level club players only know E4, E5. You'll have excellent chances out of the opening, and I chose the variations carefully based on my own experience of playing the Sicilian. Knight B5, we play queen b4. Now our queen can escape to a5, which defends c7. It looks good to fork the pieces, but after king g8, all of white's pieces are attacked. So knight takes, queen takes c3 check, attacking the king. We're going to take the bishop next move. Black has an extra pawn, and this knight is trapped.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup live from Goa. The players have been enjoying a sunny, not holiday, unfortunately, as they are slaving away at the chessboard at the moment, looking for a ticket into round 2 of the event. A reminder to all of you at home, this is the most important and largest knockout tournament in the world, and it's brutal. You get one game with the white or black pieces today, you swap colors tomorrow, and if one side is outperforming the other, then boom, that's it. The losing side is on the plane home. We've got a third day for tie breaks. And only then do we conclude with round 1. 256 players in total, and at the end of the month we will be crowning World Cup winners and 3 golden tickets to the Candidates Tournament, where someone may get an opportunity to take down world champion Gukesh. It is all to play for here, and this is day 1 of our competition, and I love that the producers now are forcing me to this is like a task off of Taskmaster or something. I need to remember which games were on the bird's eye view and which have changed, because the ones that have changed tell me that they might want me to take a look at some pretty interesting positions. And I can see H3 played in the top right between Rodstein and Chin. So Jovi, Ben, I'm going to suggest we hop over and take a look at that.
And H3, wow, setting up checkmate. Queen to G2 is going to end it all. I mean, we're coming back to a very fine moment here. Because, and we cut the handshake as well, Ben, because I couldn't see a way how to defend against that checkmate. Because if the rook stepped up to defend the G2 square, then the black rook was coming in to give some nasty checks. And a good start there with the black pieces for Maxim Rojdan.
Yeah, really nice attack. White was on the back foot, and there was just no defense to black's attack.
Mm-hmm.
So good timing by us, getting there right before he resigned.
And we love to see the handshake there. And for Oscar Chin from New Zealand, well, that he has an uphill battle ahead of him. He wants to stay in the competition. He has to defeat Maxim Rojdan with the black pieces tomorrow. If not, he's going straight on a plane back home. It's that kind of competition, ruthless, and in the playing hall. That is very much something that's going to be playing on some of the people's minds, you know, that you have to win or you're out.
Yeah, half the people get eliminated the first round, and that's the unfortunate part of the format, is people have to leave after 2 or 3 days. But the cream rises to the top. The strong players finish better at the end, and they move on to later rounds. And Rodstein won pretty nice game.
It's one of those competitions, right? First round where you can see these lopsided pairings, because you have the strongest players playing the weakest ones. And then in the middle, it's real free for all. It's a big fight. It's very, very close. And looking at our bird's eye view, well, we've got to just check in on our 12-year-old prodigy there and the top right between Brkic and Faustino Oro. Faustino Oro having a very successful year, as he got his first GM norm in September of this year. And he's doing a sterling job holding the position with the black pieces. And we were really struggling here to see a way for white to break through. You know, the pawn on e5 looks very strong, but it's very nicely blockaded by the king. A set of rooks have come off the board. We last left it with 2 rooks each. And I can see as well there has been some repetition. So is the game over? Because we left it with this. Rook h d8, and this is where we were discussing rook ac8, rook ac1 was played, rook d5, rook h d1, and then after a trade of rooks, it does seem like the players are shuffling to and fro as the bishop comes to g5, and we just
they're signing the score sheets.
Yes, and it was a draw by threefold repetition, as the players just danced with their bishops from e3 to g5, and it's a great result with the black pieces for Faustino Oro, because in these 2 game matches, right, you want to be super solid with black, and you want to just launch all of your surprise openings, all your surprise weapons with the white pieces. And now you can see there by the fact that Faustino just puts back the pieces that he's satisfied with this particular result. Ben, it's it's looking good for Faustino. He's got the white pieces tomorrow. Even if he plays a very solid game, there's a good chance he can take it to tiebreaks. And there, well, youth is on his side, right?
Yeah, youth. Fortune favors the youth. Yeah, Faustino, I thought was a little worse that game, but he defended really well and he equalized the position, forcing the repetition. And now he has white in game 2, so he'll be playing for the win tomorrow, trying to win his match. Nice result for Faustino.
Yeah. Okay. And that's looking very nice for Faustino. Just 12 years old, I want to. And well, we have a result there at the top. And let's just quickly go into the game between Tran and Salem. And let's see exactly what happens, because the final position looks absolutely dominating for Black. And let's head there and see exactly what finished, because it does look like it came out of a study, or rather one of these tactic books. And yeah, let's have a look at this, Ben. It was a series of brilliancies. I'm going to take it back to move 27, and the position is like this. Wow. Queen to g5 and queen to e3 happened, and that was given a miss, but you know, we're not going to be too obsessed with the fine details. But after queen to h4, that was given as a big blunder, because of, look at this, it's amazing. Bishop takes c2, like a series of brilliancies now here. You can't take on c2 because of, well, you have rook takes c2 or you have queen to g1. But the point is that after rook takes c2, king takes, you just simply go queen e2 and you can pick up this bishop. So that's all good for Black. So after bishop c2, king a1, and it does look like white is doing quite well because of the, you know, the potential to hunt down the black king. But another brilliancy comes in the shape of bishop to d3. Like, you can't take this rook on c3 because the queen takes c1, checkmate. So bishop d3, and now suddenly the roles are reversed, and it's white's king that is under tremendous pressure. Rook e1 happened, and rook ec8, just ignoring the queen. I mean, it gets so beautiful. And then king b2, rook to b1, checkmate. And how gorgeous is that? And so rook ec8, rook h8, and then the black king is taken on a journey, but it's all within control. And again, it's still that beautiful checkmate of rook takes queen, rook c1, king b2, rook b1. So Salem is like a super aggressive player. He loves to attack, and just he would be very, very proud with this series of combinations. Rook c3, queen h5 check, king e7, throws in some spite checks. The king slides over. Now the king is completely safe. And then the final nail in the coffin. Rook here. I know. It's like, it would be like game of the day for sure. The queen can come to d4, and you can only block the check, and it's going to be checkmate on c3. Beautiful. And there on the game review, 90.9% accuracy. I'll take it. I'll take it with such stunning combinations such as this. I mean, it's absolutely wonderful. So let's head over to some other games, and let me just bring up. Sorry, I was touching buttons I should not press. So let's go to the Michael Adams game, and yeah, it's a queen and pawn endgame, and Michael Adams is really having a wonderful year. You know, he became British champion, I think, for the 9th time, and now he has the advantage because he's the one with the runaway pawn. Now all he has to do is find a nice place for his king to hide, and he will be able to advance the b pawn. But for white has to really just first up defend the pawn on f2. I mean, do you think, Ben, white will have any chance of saving this? I mean, I know that the evaluation bar says it's like halfway, it's equal, but on a practical level, I feel it's not easy.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for white. Well, his last move was a mistake.
Yeah, what did he need to play? So queen e2, he needed to play queen a7 so that he could threaten f7 and then just focus on giving perpetual check to the black king. This queen and pawn endgames, I know they're very complicated, but I know you need to centralize the queen. You need to have a safe haven for your own king. And now, wow, Mickey just has one move. And there the arrow is pointing to it, b4. How logical is it to you to go b4 and give up your pride and glory, Ben? I know you get the f2 pawn and the g3 pawn as well, but would you do that? Or would you kind of go queen c4 and just work on advancing that pawn?
Yeah, if I was playing black in this position, I would probably play queen c4. Although I think his queen just came from c4. So maybe Michael will play b4.
Yeah.
Do you know what move number they're on?
They are move 39, so they're getting close to the time
so
control.
Yeah, almost at the time control.
Yeah. So Mickey's taking a pause. But okay, let's dive in. b4. And you're probably going to pick up all of the pawns. That's the whole point. It's quite amazing, right, Ben? Like with b4, if you let the f2 pawn fall, not only does g3, but probably h3 as well. Such is life.
White can play. Yeah, white has trouble defending his h3 pawn. Yeah, I think Michael will play b4.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, Ben, the queen did come on an early square. It went to c4. So he's calculating. And he's going for it. b4 played. And 50 seconds to take a decision. It's not an easy one as well. If you grab on b4, all of the king side falls. If you don't, you run the risk that the b pawn is just going to march to victory. It's not easy. I mean, what would you do? Would you take on b4 and just hope for the best, or would you let that pawn live? He's got 20 seconds to make the decision. He goes h4.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have taken the pawn.
Yeah. But the problem is now queen c4. And there's no checks for the queen to check the king on h7. The b pawn is just marching. Wow.
No, it looks like black's winning now. Yeah.
Yep. Just as Sambuca 2020 says, love me a poison pawn. Yeah. That is, and especially when your opponent doesn't have too much time to assess the implications of taking that pawn, but they've reached move 40, and now Mickey is just simply thinking about what to play. He's got 6 minutes on the clock. Queen c4 is a very nice move, protecting the pawn on b4. Queen is nice and centralized. She covers all of the checking squares and the potential ones as well. Yeah, Mickey. Precise, as always. Maybe now. Okay. So Mickey is in full control here now. All he has to do is just achieve the elementary, advance the b pawn. So let's go to the Divya game, where we saw that she was in big trouble, but it wasn't that easy to make massive progress. And here we see that Black has indeed made tremendous improvements here on his position. The pawn has now reached b2. The Black king is now up to g6. And it looks like all hope is lost. And yeah, not looking good for Divya here, right?
No, this looks completely lost now. I don't know how the black pawn got so far advanced.
I'm also
But yeah,
curious
there's
because
nothing you can do now. Rook b6 and take on f6.
The f6 pawn is falling. This rook is so beautifully placed. This rook is very, very, very passive. So we left it with rook to b3 and rook a5 played, h5 and f6. So maybe this was the whole thing, that Divya just had to wait. And instead she goes f6, g6. You don't want to be trading as Black. Rook a8. And remember that Divya didn't have so much time in this particular position. So yeah, she's not going to be making the most accurate moves in this particular tough endgame. So rook e3. And she's pinning all her hopes now on just lining up the rooks on the 8th rank and delivering some sort of perpetual check or maybe even mate against the Black king. But unfortunately, that is not going to be sufficient at b3. And it was, yeah, easily met by king goes, and the king is just simply escaping. So that's why the rook came trying. A nice move, g5. And the king escapes onto g6. And this is where we saw the rook get pushed all the way back to b1. And now the king goes to g6. And this is king h2 being played, rook c2. But yeah, not much hope here in the position for Divya.
No,
it was a nice idea. Yeah. But it was a nice idea that Divya had, and just unfortunately it wasn't quite enough time for her to kind of establish like a kind of mating that around the king, you know, with this rook a8, king h7, just going back to this part. It was really kind of very creative to kind of get this type of position, because if she just had somehow, if that rook had not been on d4, like if she'd had the possibility to kind of go h4, she could kind of threaten this checkmate eternally. But unfortunately, yeah, g5 just completely refutes her attack. And yeah, and if you're forced to go rook a1, then that's it. It is pretty much over. So Divya, if she loses this, she will have to win tomorrow with the black pieces. And her opponent has looked like he's in very, very good shape, you know, from the beginning, coming up with a nice opening, seeming to have surprised Divya and forcing her just to burn a lot of time on the clock. And the body language just tells us, right, that Divya knows it's over. And it's just a kind of question. She's just running through the past, maybe thinking about decisions that she took and what she should have done. Because once you've resigned, you've resigned. And okay, let's move over to our bird's eye view and take a look at the other games. And we can see.
I see Jobava won his game.
He won, yeah. It looked very, very nice for him as well. And oh, poor Divya. You gotta feel all the emotions, you know, in this type of event. There's so much at stake, and especially, you know, Divya, the only female player in this World Cup, and she's the way, you know, so many hopes of the nation on her. You know, she's had such a fantastic year, you know, doing so well in the FIDE Grand Swiss, winning the Women's World Cup, becoming a grandmaster, and somehow this tournament, the format is so ruthless. You know, one mistake and that's it. You are fighting for survival.
Yeah, it looks like she's lost interest in the game.
Yeah, I think she's decided enough's enough. She's just waiting for her opponent to get back to the board, and then she can just extend her hand in resignation. We've all been there. We all understand the
Yeah.
emotions right now.
But there's always tomorrow.
And for Divya, this is certainly all about tomorrow. She'll have the black pieces. She's in a must-win scenario if she wants to take the match to tie breaks, and she certainly does. And Ben, have you ever played in these knockout? We have the clock being paused. The kings have been moved to the center, and Stamatis Koukoulis, he wins his first match against Divya Deshmukh. Great fight between the two. It was a game full of twists and turns. Yeah.
It's funny because in the opening, we were discussing how white loses the c4 pawn and gets a big attack. And then eventually the attack petered out and the extra pawn won the game for black in the end.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there was lots of turns as well. And we arrived to another game. This is between Dimitra Kolos and Aka Ali. We just arrived to a handshake, and Aka Ali is from Iraq, playing against one of the members of the German national team, Dimitri Kolas. And there we see from the Kings being placed in the middle, it was a victory for black. So far, we've not really seen any upsets. Maybe we can take a look at how this game panned out. But yeah, so I just glancing at some of the key moments, but it just looks like black was in control all along. So this was knight c7, so it was a quite tense game, you can see, but things have badly gone wrong for white because they've left themselves with too many weaknesses. So knight takes d5 was being the killer blow, rook takes d5, e takes d5, and now it's just a case of collecting all of the extra material. First the d5 pawn drops, and then more of the pawns just start falling. And yeah, when you set up this pin, and the white's attack is just completely stymied. So h4, queen d1, problems with the white king, d5, and yeah, once white loses the knight, they can kiss goodbye to any hopes of saving the game. And that's exactly what happened. After some rooks, the knight came, but there was nothing to be done because yes, white is threatening rook to e8, but unfortunately it is black to move, and this one just seals the deal, attacking the rook, trading off queens, and black is going to capitalize on the extra material. So nice accuracy as well, 88.4% from Dimitri Kolas. Let's move on to another game that we just peeked in, where Michael Adams, he did play queen to c4 as we expected, and as we mentioned, it was all about just securing the black king, but at the same time getting the queen to a position where she could support the advance of the b pawn. And the evaluation bar, Ben, it tells us very clearly black is the one in full control. Black is winning.
Yeah, black's b pawn is too strong. White's going to have to try to open up black's king, get some kind of perpetual check, but the engine doesn't buy it. And Adams has to be just careful here that he doesn't allow any perpetual.
Mm-hmm. I don't see how there can be any danger of perpetual check, because the queen will just pop herself down to c2. She controls the really important diagonal, the h7 b1 diagonal, and the b pawn is just free to run. He was born to run. Yeah. Tough.
Michael Adams has still got it.
Yes. Yeah.
I met Michael Adams. I'm sorry. Continue.
No. Tell me your story, because it's great
I
to
met
hear.
Michael Adams in 1986 in Oakham, in England, at a junior tournament. And I played in some tournaments where he was also playing in the late 80s when I lived in Belgium, early 90s. And he was incredibly strong. He was like number 5 in the world at his peak. And he's still one of the best players in Great Britain.
Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable, right? He's still one of the best players in England. He's played in virtually every single Olympiad and European team championship that I can think of, often on top board as well. And, British champion 9 times. Also regularly playing now for the England seniors as well. So, I mean, he's just absolutely fantastic. He's a legend of English chess. I remember, I think I saw him in 1986. He was like this mysterious figure. He would always rock up at weekenders and just win all of his games. He rarely lost. And he just has good chess sense, if that makes any form of sense at all. He knows where to put the pieces. Yeah, he's just so good. And he rarely looks flustered. Like I remember my first Olympiad playing for England, we were playing exchange. And he seemed to be excellent at that as well. So there you go. Exchange is Bughouse. But
now you call it?
Yeah. How do you call it? Do you call it Bughouse or exchange?
You call it Bughouse, yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard exchange before.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes we have weird terminology, weird words, expressions for certain things. I can admit to that. Bughouse is what everyone calls it, but we call it exchange. And yeah, Queen C2 is the move that we're expecting. You can give up the F7 pawn at ease because you're just simply going to be promoting the B pawn. And what I love about Mickey, and he wrote a fantastic book, by the way. I don't know if you've heard of it or read it. Think Like a Super Grandmaster, where he's constantly talking about the thought process that we was discussing earlier on, about how he looks at his move and then he tries to refute his own move. And now I'm sure that's running through his head. Queen C2 is what I would have played perhaps in a heartbeat. Perhaps I would have regretted it. But he is thinking Queen C2, what are the moves that white can play? And only when he's fully satisfied that there is no good answer does he make his move. He's so patient.
Yeah, I was looking at Queen C2, Queen takes F7, B2, H6. And then I thought Queen G6 was winning right away.
Yep, and it is. It is winning. It completely is winning. The pawn is going to be falling.
That was the only variation I saw. And
Queen
Adams
C2.
just played Queen C2 after we verified that was winning.
Yep. And we've come at the right time because Queen C2. And that's done. But you might as well, right? Take the pawn. I mean, is there any room for error?
That's the only variation that I saw. And I was like, that looks good for black.
Yeah. So let's just quickly dive in and have a look at queen takes f7, b2, h6. What happens if you don't see queen g6 and you go king takes h6? Let's pull up the live
Yeah,
board.
I'm sure that
Oops.
wins also.
King takes h6, and okay, yeah, you allow some checks, but it is winning for black. But okay, so there's really not too much for black to be worried about. I mean, there's absolutely nothing. Queen, anything else is basically resign. So either you're going to resign or you're going to go queen takes f7 and see what comes of it.
Yeah, that was a nice endgame by Mickey. B4 was a really strong move.
A beautiful move, right? And it was just the configuration of pawns where somehow it was just unfortunate, having pawns on f2, g3, and h3 meant that black could just give up the b pawn and black would be winning the whole triumvirate there on the king side. So very, very nice find there from Mickey. And now Ahmed, he's going to find himself in that situation tomorrow. If he wants to remain in this match and to take it to tie breaks, he will be needing to win with the black pieces.
Not an easy task against Michael Adams.
If there's anyone who knows to lock the game down, and we have resignation. Michael Adams there with a smile. Great queen and pawn endgame there from the Englishman. And there we see Mickey looking in good position to move to the second round. It's tough, but it's a great experience, Ben, right, for all of these players where there's big rating differences. Ahmed there with just 2109 is a great experience, to play one of the world's best, Michael Adams. But let's move on to Benjamin Gladura. Benjamin Gladura, as he is playing his game. He's put the white pieces. And let me just change. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was just touching things. And here we're seeing that, okay, a queen, rook, and bishop. The question is queen versus rook and bishop. Do you believe in fortresses? I do, Ben, but not this particular fortress. I mean...
No, this seems like white should be able to break through on the king side.
Like, yeah, exactly. I mean, you're looking at like h5s in the air. You also... Like somehow, I think, could this be a fortress? But this is like a very hypothetical thing. If this bishop were on e4 and this h pawn didn't exist, then we might be talking about fortress. But as it stands...
Yeah, that would be a draw. Yeah.
Yeah, but as it stands, this bishop is not on the best diagonal. It's just guarding its pawns. It needs to be in the center. And just this is the thing, that there's going to be a massive breakthrough. I mean, as black, what would be the best chance to hold this? Maybe you can go bishop to d3. Yeah, he's gone bishop d3 and begging his opponent to take on d5.
Either way.
Yeah, either way, it doesn't matter. The response will be the same. You cannot take because of rook coming over to f5. And then, oops, there will be problems on the 5th rank. But of course, Gladura, he's not going to be falling for that one. Gladura, member of the Hungarian Olympic team. Very solid style. Extremely good technically. beaten Vichy Anand as well. I remember in Gibraltar. Fantastic game. Rook, slide over to a7.
Oh, Black's playing very tricky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's still inviting. Yeah, he's still kind of saying, take the pawn on d5 because you can't capture it because the rook will give a check. The rook will give a check on a5, and unfortunately the white king will not have anywhere other to run other than to the 6th rank. And then black can think about maybe even turning the tables and winning. But, of course, Gladura was not going to play that. I think he's got many moves at his disposal. He can just simply attack the rook, queen to b6, and then pick up the pawn. He can just simply move the queen anywhere and then just focus in on advancing. But I kind of like queen to b6 because I'm a materialist at heart. And I
After
like
queen
idea
b6,
of...
I think black can play rook d7.
Mm-hmm. Well, then the plan is just simply to kind of squeeze out the rook. But well, maybe we can put it up on the board and see whether black can be a little bit tricky. I think that's the best that black can hope for in this particular position, and prolong the game for as long as possible, set those traps. Because we were looking at queen to b6 and you wanted to go rook to d7, and then if you go queen c6, you want to go back to rook a7 again. And you're still saying, hey, why don't you take the pawn on d5? Because that's not possible on account of rook a5, king d6 here. I was thinking that maybe black has some chance to hold this, but the evaluation bar says no. Black is still busted, so the trick doesn't even work, Ben.
Yeah, maybe black should play bishop f5 after rook d7.
Yeah. Just go here. Hang on.
After queen c6.
After queen c6, yeah. I go bishop to f5. Yeah. But still, you know, this is the thing, you know, white can just start creeping. You know, you got queen to f6. h5 is coming. The king is going to slide up to c6. And, well...
Yeah, king c6 is a crushing threat.
Queen b6 played. And the question is for black, you know, will they throw in the towel? Do you think, Gladura, if this whole business with taking on d5 is possible, do you think he's going to go for it and kind of sack the queen for the rook?
When the king, yeah, I think so. If he has the chance to.
Yeah. It's a queen b6. Yeah, this time control is very familiar as well to the players. I mean, it's 1 hour and 30 minutes plus 30 minutes added after move 40, plus with this 30-second time increment. Now, it sounds like it's a long time control, but it actually isn't. Because often you find yourself, you know, you have that long think on move 41 after you've gotten the extra half hour, and then before you know it, you've only got 15 minutes left on your clock, and you still have to navigate a very tricky endgame. And rook d7. Now, what is going to be the choice? King c6, queen c6, h5. I mean, white is spoiled for choice. You can do whatever you like. So the question, and Gladora's got 44 minutes. What would be your preferred way?
Yeah, I wouldn't play h5 until later. I would inch my king and queen closer.
You got all of the time in the world to enjoy the position, so I kind of agree with you. No need to rush. Oh no, he plays h5. It was always there in the cards. So okay, let's those black. Black is faced with options. Option is to take the pawn, or you just resign. Nothing else.
If you take the pawn, then I have queen h6 and queen e6.
That's more or less resigns. So let's put that up on the board whilst I have it. Queen h6, queen h5, king g8, queen e6. And
yeah, that's why
the only way to save the rook, g6. And that's the end of that one. You have to give up the bishop. And now the pawns will be falling off the board. So, yep, h5 looking very, very good. So, okay, so then you cannot take. So then you just have to stand. You might as well waste time with bishop e4, I guess. Then now you can get your queen c6, and the queen e6 is coming. King c6. It's just too much choice, I think. Queen e6, one move, queen c6. All roads basically lead to Rome.
Yeah, there's no fortress here. Wow, he took.
He took.
I guess he didn't see. I don't know what he didn't see. Maybe he missed queen e6 and g6.
Yeah, well, he's seen it now because he gives a look. And queen h6 quickly played. And queen e6 is going to ensure resignation. Yeah, that moment, Ben. We've all been there. Yeah, whoops. The shake of the head. There's no way back from this one now. The only way to save the rook is to go rook f7, block the check, but that's going to be met by g6. And black will have to give up the bishop.
Yeah, he missed queen
check.
He was probably expecting queen takes h5.
Yeah.
And he just forgot about queen e6 check.
Yep, and we have a handshake. So a win for Gladora. That means he has a 1-point advantage going into tomorrow's game, which means that for Zubair Amdouni, he needs to win tomorrow's match if he wants to remain in the competition and take it to tiebreaks. So, wow. And the results are just coming through thick and thin. Maybe we should just have a look at our bird's eye view and see what else has happened on some of the boards. We see Jeffrey Zhang is now...
Sorry.
Well, he's in... No, I was just going to say, Ben, he's in the middle top row. The evaluation bar is firmly on his side. We also see Yilmaz now. He's looking like he's in great shape against Harshavardhan. And I'm just also going to ask the question to you. Do you see anything that catches your eye? Maybe we head to our fellow commentator, Nike Sands.
Yeah, I was just looking at
that. That one looks as even as it gets, right? The kings are dancing around the board. King and pawn endings never feel like, to me, like chess. It's like a different version of the game. So we kind of left it in a very, very even position. And I can see that the moves are coming thick and fast as the kings are just going to be dancing. It's a question of just getting the opposition and giving or gaining ground. And there you can see neither king can make headway, because as soon as the white king, steps up to d4, it is blocked by its counterpart on c6. So there was no way to make any headway. So Artis Nikesands and Alicia Suleimanov, that ends in a draw. So everything to play for in tomorrow's game. This time it will be Suleimanov who will have the white pieces. Let's also check in on Jose Martinez against Isaac Ho. So we left that one where everything was looking like it could go up in the air. Looked like Jose Martinez definitely had the initiative. That was the middle game. Let's take a look at what is actually on the board right now. And we've just come in to see there's a big X on White's last move. After rook f8, White had to play, in order to hold the balance, bishop to g2. Okay, that's a very not so apparent find, but rook f3, mistake, and now bishop d7, rook f2, the knight comes into d3, and, well, there's a lot of weak pawns for Jose Martinez with the black pieces to start eyeing up.
Yeah, if the rook goes to f3, then black can play knight b2, and all those queenside pawns are juicy.
Yeah, I'll just put it up because it might very well happen. Oops, whoops. Did I do that? No, I didn't do that.
He played rook g2.
He played rook g2, but knight takes f4. That's why I thought it was a mouse slip from me, because I wanted to play rook f3 just to show your knight to be 2 point. But the pawn on f4 is going to fall.
Less than a minute for his opponent.
Yeah. And the problem is that those weak queenside pawns that you referred to earlier on, they're still very much present. You know, knight e3 is coming, the c4 pawn is falling, and problems.
Well, White's already down 2 pawns.
Yeah. There is also that small matter, so that White jumps in. Oh, another pawn will fall.
Well, now bishop takes knight. This is just resigns. Yeah, I think he'll resign here.
Yeah. 3 pawns down. Yeah, it's difficult to salvage this one.
The rook is hanging on g2.
Interesting game. Jose Martinez really outclassing his opponent. And their handshake, it is a win for Jose Martinez. He takes the lead in the match, and he puts Isaac Hu, young 14-year-old from Korea, in a must-win situation if he wants to remain in the tournament. He needs to win tomorrow if he wants to take it to tie breaks. Wow. Well, the results are coming in so quickly. So far, though, everything has gone according to script, with the higher rated players all winning against the lower rated players. John, do you have any other news for us?
None that I can see at the moment. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. It does look like the script is going according to plan. That said, though, as we progress through the competition, the gap in elo between players is only going to get smaller and smaller and smaller very naturally. So while this is happening on day 1, it would not surprise me if by day 4 things are already so much more difficult to call. So with those results coming in thick and fast, it means that there's a good chance that we see the rest of the games finish in our next segment. We'll have to wait and see, and we'll also take a look at which endgames look like they are going in for the long haul. Grab yourself another tea or coffee, folks, and we'll see you after the break.
Wesley clearly has the upper hand, and I think that will cause resignation.
Nordberg knows it. He resigns. Wesley So is into the finals.
You did it, Wesley.
Thank you.
Great chess on that action.
Yeah, well, first of all thanks to Jesus Christ for giving me the victory today. It's only through His will. Faith's the most important thing to me in the world. Recently, I've been much more dedicated. I read my Bible every day, go to church every Sunday, and I feel that my job in this life is to glorify Him, to do His work. So that's why whenever I win a game or whenever I win a big tournament, I just give my all and glorify Him. As a Catholic, we baptize babies at a young age. I was baptized as a baby, but I got baptized here in Minnesota during the pandemic year in 2020. So we had a friend, he's from Florida, and he baptized me in one of the lakes nearby.
You remember when Tom came out that October for them?
Yeah.
He was cold, but we weren't. And you said, "Did you dip all of me? Are you sure that?" You said, "I don't want to be like Achilles with a weak spot."
What's over there? Well, time flies so fast.
Were you happy to get baptized?
Yeah, for sure. I have to make a conscious decision.
Yeah. I bet that in Bacoor you never thought you'd have these kind of temperatures in your life.
No, I never been seen snow till I was 12. I thought it was impossible to love freezing conditions back then, but I've grown to love it, and I can have a cup of hot chocolate or coffee whenever we're not traveling. It's just very chill. I love spending time with my family. We watch a lot of movies. I read some books, just get my mind off chess, you know. That's one of the reasons why I love living here. I could step out of all the noise and everything that's happening in the chess world, because it can be very addictive to see who won today or what who said. But we don't really need any of that, because if you look around you, the world is very beautiful.
Yeah.
And God has given us a lot of blessing and peace, and shouldn't let anyone take away your peace.
You know, as I think back to when we first met, I can't believe how far we've come. You've come. I'm so proud of the way that you've grown, that you've matured. I remember when you used to cry after losing a game. You don't do that anymore.
I don't remember.
Oh, I remember it very well. And now you just take it with a...
Well, I'm very grateful to you and to God for all the things that you did these past many years. You've been so wonderful and inspiring to me. And I didn't have the courage to become a chess professional. Back then, I wasn't sure I was going to make it. So you gave me that opportunity. Thanks for that. When we started in 2014, 15, I thought for sure I was going to be a world champion at some point, that it was God's plan. And it could still happen. No one knows the future.
Yeah.
But now I look back and I see I got everything that I need. We have our family. We have, and it doesn't really matter whether you become a world champion or not at some point. You just have to do a good job.
My desire for you, Wes, is that you're happy.
You gotta appreciate life.
Yeah.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying it.
Holding on to faded plastic marble lies I thought were perfect. You only saw yourself, and you were so goddamn selfish.
Welcome back, everybody. We are still live from the FIDE World Cup in Goa. It is round one, game one, so plenty of action here and plenty more still to come. Don't you all worry. A lot of the games have finished in the last hour. It's a ruthless tournament format with a fairly simple time control. 90 minutes, add another 30 at move 40, and you get 30 seconds increment from move 1. The majority of games have now finished. We've still got a handful continuing as we head back into the tournament hall. Jovi, a question for you, and I'll leave you on the bird's eye view this time because I think there's a lot to choose from. But it's a bit weird going from no games finished to maybe 1 or 2 to, we need to cover about 40 in the last hour. So I'm imagining that breather was quite a nice one for you.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that's the name of the game, though, right? You know, in chess, you know, everything is calm, 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 and then it's not. And then everything has gone completely crazy. And as we see there from the playing venue, very few games in progress. I think just 16 games remaining. So a lot of decisive results. And well, let's check out the end games. And we have end games galore here in front of us. And Ben, I'm gonna, as always, give the decision to you and ask you, where do you want to be heading to? Like, which one of these end games kind of takes your fancy?
I want to look at Jeffrey Jean's game.
Okay, because I just saw the evaluation bar. I mean, that's all the way in White's favor, but I just saw the evaluation bar rise up in the game between Niels Grandelius. But let's revisit the game between Jeffrey Jean against Li Yiheng, as you mentioned. Li Yiheng, he's just there. 8 seconds left on the clock. And White has 2 very, very, very impressive pawns there on b6 and c6. Almost getting ready to get to their destination. And the destinations are the 8th rank. You mustn't go like c7. c7, I think, would ruin things somewhat. Because it would allow knight takes c7 or some kind of tricks like that. Instead, you know, you can just take your time and do whatever you want. Enjoy this position as much as possible. But it's a very difficult task to defend an endgame like this. Your opponent is Jeffrey Jean. He's been 2700, now 2648. He's got 32 minutes and 37 seconds and ticking down against 33 seconds.
I think we can just play rook d3, pinning the knight, threatening c7.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see what to do against that.
I don't see either what to do. It looks very nice. You also got king a7, just getting ready to go b7. But okay, just humor me. C7, this must be a big mistake. My vibe is telling me that you're going to be in for a whole lot of annoyance. Because after knight takes c7, b takes c7, king takes c7, this endgame is not as easy. You know, black has pawns, and the king and the bishop are a little bit sidelined. So that's the one move that you do not want to be playing. But as Ben mentioned, rook to d3, making sure that c7 can't be met by knight takes c7 is excellent move. Is there any way to be tricky? Like a3? Is there something like that in the air? Is there? Could you do this?
I was going to just take on a3.
Yeah. And there's really nothing for it. I mean, maybe this pin hopes on this. And then knight takes. But bishop takes c6. And then b7. And you're going to have to give up the rook to prevent this pawn from queening. Nope. I love your move. I absolutely love your move. So let's go back to the game position, and king d6, rook d3 is as simple as it gets. And What other moves do?
Your move, King A7, looks good too.
Yeah, but I like the fact that yours actually threatened to liquidate. And the point is that there's really nothing to play for black.
Yeah,
There's
black doesn't
just-
have any counterplay here. I like King A7 because then A3 doesn't do anything.
And, you know, if this knight ever moves away, like knight E7, I don't even know why I'm suggesting this. Just, I was hoping that there might be something happening with rook A5, but there really isn't anything. C7 just feels like it could be even played like rook A5, king B8. Okay, he's gone for king A7. He's gone for king A7. Just...
Yeah, I like King A7.
It makes a whole lot of sense. And it's just all about pushing the c-pawns. There's
5 seconds left.
5 seconds. He's going to make a decision. Yep. So he's just saying, okay, you know, c7, I'm just trying to exchange off everything I can and give up material in order to... But it's not going to happen. Rook to d3. So in the end, Jeffrey went for both of our moves.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d3, setting up a pin. Now you have even a threat of going rook takes d5 and then c7. Check. And his opponent, Li Yiheng from Hong Kong, has got 16 seconds left on the clock to deal with this. But unfortunately, his position is unsalvageable. This moves the rook to d8.
Or just c7.
c7 played. And the knight's going to fall. The c-pawn is going to promote. And nothing to be done. And the evaluation bar says it's going to be... and we have the clock stopped. It is a win for Jeffrey Zhong there as he takes on Li Yiheng from Hong Kong. And Li Yiheng, you know, what a fight though. You know, from the beginning, both of the players just showing how much theory they knew. And it was a huge fight because the game was level for a long time. And then Jeffrey just, of course, outclassed his young opponent in the endgame. But what a fight. And tomorrow, for Li Yiheng, he has to win. And let's revisit the developments that have occurred in the Niels Grandelius game. Because when we left it, White's rook was on the verge of being trapped. Sorry, Black's rook was on the verge of being trapped. My apologies. And instead, what we had was that the Black rook sacrificed itself. And we have the following position on our board. 2 knights against 2 rooks. Well, 2 knights are kind of cool. I don't think they're enough against 2 rooks, though.
Yeah, 2 rooks are cooler.
Just about, you know. Also, quick maths. Rooks, 10 points. Knights, 6 points. Now, the f-pawn is dropping. I was just wondering if there's any salvation. Any salvation at all. We know Black is maybe trying to pin his hopes on getting the king to e3 and then some potential checks, but that's just really grasping at straws. Yep, rook takes f5. And king e3, knight to d3. Well, the rook is attacked on c1. So you got to move it to a safe destination, and it can't go to b1 because of knight d2 check. Rook
Yeah, he played
d1,
rook c2.
rook c2. Yep, rook c2 covers all the squares. In fact, rook c2 is such a good move because not only does it cover the d2 square, but it also just keeps an eye on the advance of the c pawn. Because even if the worst comes to the worst, and you have to give up a rook for the c pawn, and that's really like we're talking the worst case scenario, the rook is going to pick up the h pawn, and these pawns are going to be so strong, and they can just dance up the board. And the knights, they're pieces, they're short range pieces, and the action will be happening on both sides, on both flanks. So Niels Grandelius, nice game. And again, Ben, check this out. The accuracy from Niels Grandelius was like 95.3%. And can I just remind you, like the critical mistake from Black was like literally on move 10. There was like no coming back from this. Like move 10, rook d8, and that was it. Bishop h3, g6, e4, and Black was in a tremendous amount of trouble. And then we got kind of left it on the rook coming to f3, c4. Black had to give up the exchange, and that was all as a consequence of a bad opening there from Mohammed Alam. So now we find ourselves in this particular position, rook c2, and there is just nothing to be done. Maybe knight to b4. Knight b4 and attack the rook. It's a bit funny because Black has, I'm looking at the game review, 90.4% accuracy, and he finds himself on a losing position. And then earlier on we saw some fantastic gains with 90.4% accuracy, and that one was just like a spectacular win. So I mean, it just goes to show sometimes how like critical those opening stages are, especially when it comes to a situation like this where every single moment is going to be critical. But also have it on record that there has been like a crazy blunder in the game between Diego Flores. So maybe we go and have a look at what actually transpired there, because everything was looking all normal. There you can see 96.5% accuracy. Dennis Maknep against Diego Flores. And let's have a look at that big critical moment. So I think it started even from the beginning. Oh no, Ben. I think people have a mean sense of humor, because this terrible blunder happened in my favorite opening, the Caro-Kann. The d5 appeared, knight c3. It's like they're trying to tell me something. I'm not going to listen. h3, bishop takes, queen takes. Okay, so this is all so far so good. Bishop e2, bishop c5 is just done to prevent the pawn coming to d4. So there's a very trendy variation. Queen g3, bishop d4, you keep an eye on this. And you have ideas of harassing the queen on g3. So ed, castles, knight e7, bishop d1, knight d7. Keep going. And this is all very normal. So this is, you want to be chasing that queen away from g3 so that you can castle in peace. Queen f3 and d. So this is all very natural. And, you know, Black is going to argue that the bishop pair is not that big of a deal because the pawn structure is pretty stable. And the dream is to kind of set up some knight g6, is knight f6, is get control over the e4 square. But that dream was not to be, as knight g6 did make an appearance. Queen came out to f6. Queen d6. Oh no. Oh no. It was just a massive oversight. Oh no. Yeah, it's like, this is like a forbidden square, right? You have a knight covering it, but of course, after bishop f4, you can't take because, hello, that's checkmate on h7. Oh.
Wow, what a blunder, queen d6.
Oh, no. And yeah, so after bishop f4, you're either giving up a piece or you're doing what he did. Queen takes, knight takes, bishop takes. So you have 2 pieces for the queen. And yeah, that's never enough. And this, I think that kind of blunder, that kind of very strange blunder. So let's fast forward on to this particular moment where everything is, as you can see, it's kind of cool actually. Let's go to g4 and see how white starts taking over completely, and it's, you kind of put it down to nerves, because if you were told in a puzzle rush, you'd spot that instantly, but somehow or other, it's the whole environment of being in a World Cup. You want to make your debut. There's so much at stake here. There's a lot of money on the line. There's glory. You want to do well. You're kind of representing your country, and it kind of gets to your mind and you just forget in the heat of the moment. You're anticipating your opponent's preparation and you think you're okay, and just when you breathe a sigh of relief, you make a big blunder. And I just wanted to share with you one thing as we're playing through this. I just wanted to share with you one kind of really cool moment, that after bishop e7, and there was one kind of final blow that white delivered, and that was rook takes f8 and then queen takes f4. Just cementing the victory. So in the end, the queen is going to crash through. She's going to snake her way over to the queen side, and indeed she did. And there you can see that a few moves later, the a pawn drops off, and black might have gotten the b2 pawn, but after a5, you probably should take here, but maybe you can't do that because of you can't go b takes a5 because the queen b8 and queen takes bishop checks. Yeah, so after bishop c3, queen b8, king h7, a6. Yeah, it was all over for black. Yeah, what a mistake, all the way down on move 10. Move 16. Sorry,
He fought hard
move
though
16,
after his blunder.
just out of the opening, and then poof, big mistake, big blunder. And yeah, things are there on the camera. We can just see it. Things are going very nicely for Niels Grandelius from Sweden. He's centralized the king, and he's getting ready to snack on the h5 pawn. There's just not so much to be done here.
No, this is an easy win for Grandelius.
Well, he goes for the knight b4. We can see on our screens. He goes for this knight b4 idea. And Neil's plan is just
King D1
simple. Yeah. King d1. I ain't moving that rook. And instead your h-pawn is going to fall. And that should be really enough to secure resignation. King d3 is going to be met by rook f3. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just, black really played a good game, fought on for as long as possible, but unfortunately the result was never really in doubt after the terrible opening. He couldn't quite claw it back from that. And it will be interesting. I mean, maybe we can find out, have there been any upsets at all? Because the situation in round one, right, Ben, is you have these big extreme pairings, with big rating gaps. And then in the middle, it's tight. Anything can happen either way. I just wondering whether there's been any big upsets, because from what we're seeing so far is like the favorites have just been doing the business.
That's right. Yeah, when the ratings are really far apart, the higher rated players have been crushing it today. And when the ratings are close, then nobody's really a favorite.
Yeah. Maybe. Well, I'm just wondering whether this game will end soon, because it does look like it should end any minute now. I wondered whether we could take in a look at Urzach against Cristobal Henriquez. Is not in one of our selected games, but they could potentially be seeing an upset, as we have White, international master, against Cristobal Henriquez, 25-94, sorry, GM. And this is the position that we have where White looks like they're completely winning. They're one pawn up, but what a pawn, Ben. What a beast it is on a6.
Yeah, this looks hopeless. White just moves the king up to f4, plays h5.
And then
Black doesn't have any counterplay.
Yeah. And sure enough, that happens. So that we could potentially be seeing an upset here. Like you say, king f4 is going to happen. It's 24-48 against 25-94. I would say an upset, perhaps one of our biggest. I'll have a look for any other potential upsets that we have. Maybe we go and check in on our bird's eye view again and see some of the other in-games. So things looking very even in the game between Max Ramadan against Babu Lalit. And that one's like right in the middle on the bottom row. Maybe we can take a peek at the game between Cahaya from Indonesia against Marty Rosian. Maybe we go there, because that one's not an end game. And Cahaya, 17 years old, played in the Olympiad for Indonesia last year in Budapest. Indonesia said, okay, we're going to be sending young players. And he did very well. And now he's got a chance against Heik Martirosyan. And whilst every other game looks very peaceful, this one is anything but. White is a piece up for the time being. But I suspect not for much longer after Queen takes Bishop.
Yeah, this one I'm trying to figure out who has the advantage. White has less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this one is spicy. Okay. What
this
should
could be
Black
an
play?
upset.
Well, White's king on h1 is so unsafe. So, okay, so by the hesitation from Heik to play queen takes d4, it suggests to me that he's considering f takes e2. But if he plays f takes e2, can you preserve the bishop with some funny moves? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you shouldn't do anything like that. We have the evaluation board. So f takes e2. And I was like wondering whether... Yeah, because you can go queen takes e2, and then who knows what is happening here. What's the queen takes bishop? Oh no. Ben, I made a mess of this for white, and for black rather. Because knight takes f5 is coming. So, Yeah, queen e5 is going to be met by queen e4, and white is 2 pawns to the good. So, wow, this is razor sharp. The bishop takes d4. And if you go queen takes d4 right now, queen takes f3, it's going to be played. And let's have a look. Queen takes d4 was played, sorry. And then queen takes f3 played. Queen h4, threatening checkmate on h2. Only move, knight to f1. Knight to f1. And white is 2 pawns up. Crazy, crazy position.
Yeah, all 3 results are possible in this position.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, who are you favoring? Is it going to be black with initiative? Queen g5, big threat of queen to g1, watch out. And Satria, yeah, of course he's going to be seeing that, but how is he going to respond? Is he going to go knight g3? Knight g3 and try and block things up. This game still wild, but let's head back to Grandelius, where things are very much in control for the Swedish Grandmaster. He's now won the h-pawn, and we can expect resignation anytime now. There we see that familiar look where you accept the result being inevitable. And we have a handshake, 1-0 win for Grandelius. And it's nice to see the opponents laughing, kind of exchanging ideas in a humorous way. And this is one of the great things, right? Because you're here to learn. You know, it's like they say, you know, you never lose, you learn. And black is Mohammed Alam from Palestine.
Well, I must have learned a lot in my life then.
Me too, Ben. I've just come off one of the worst tournaments I've ever had in my life. And believe it or not, I felt like afterwards, I thought, well, maybe I'm going to just end my playing career. But then suddenly I've signed up for not 1, but 3 tournaments. So I need to also start learning for real. But yeah, the players sharing their thoughts on the game. But it was an exceptionally well-played game. Very accurate from Niels Grandelius. 95.4%, barely putting a foot wrong. And Mohammed Alam, well, tomorrow he'll have the white pieces and he'll have another chance to try his luck against the Swedish Grandmaster Niels Grandelius. But let's go back to our bird's eye view. And again, we have a choice of games. We still have that sharp middle game going on between Kahaya and Matarosen. We have a rook and pawn endgame on the bottom right between Lupulescu against Blauberger. White with the advantage there, being a pawn up. And Sargsyan there on the bottom left, looking like he's in tremendous shape against Liange. And any of these games catch your eye, Ben?
Yeah, the Sargsyan game, he's down the exchange, but he's got a total bind on the position.
Oh, yeah. But my attention has been drawn to one really cool moment in the game between Ivan Cheparinov and Angel, I can't quite get the full name, but in this game, Angel Gabriel Cordoba, it is all the way down. Like I'm going to skip down to move 21. It gets very spicy. Okay, so here I'm going to actually fast forward to move 28 when we reach this particular position. So things are looking even. You know, white has a very nice knight on f5, but, you know, black still has a lot of chances, and rook f7 would have been a nice way to kind of put pressure and generate some counterplay. But instead, rook fe8 was a bad move because this allowed this fantastic resource. Knight takes h6. Boom. How'd you like them apples? And then you can't take that knight because of the queen coming into g6 and the knight drops off. So black tried to run away with the king. And you can see the blue arrows. They're relentless. Queen g6. Rook e7. You have to guard against queen coming into f7. The knight takes e5. And, you got threats against the rook. Yeah, you can see what's happening. And so instead, what happened after knight takes e5? Rook ce8. I think the best move would have been like to take, but then again, you would have lost anyway. So why not go down in style? Rook ce8, and this allowed this amazing queen f7.
Oh, wow.
Boom. Rook takes f7, and then a double knight. Checkmate, knight to g6. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there from Ivan Cheparinov. It's very poetic to not only win a game, but to win a game by sacrificing your queen and delivering a double knight checkmate. That's something special. So great game there from Ivan Cheparinov, who stands in good stead in tomorrow's game. So he just needs to draw in order to make it down to round 2. What a treat. So going back to our bird's eye view, these are the last 8 games in progress. Maybe we can do like a run through and kind of make our assessment on them before we decide which game to focus on. So we have the game between Cristobal Henriquez against Achi Belik. And that one was just, there's a top left. And that one's where white has to simply run over to c5 with the king. You can't.
Yeah, this looks completely hopeless for black.
Yeah, but you can't take on a6. And maybe we should show why you can't take on a6, because you just go whatever. You go rook a1 is what I was thinking. Rook a1, and then you're going to go bishop to e2, and you're never escaping from that deadly pin. So that's out of the question. But then what are you going to do? Bishop e4? Maybe bishop e4. Try to survive that way.
Then I can take the bishop and play king b5.
You're too good, Ben. That doesn't give white doesn't give black a single hope. For king f6, just what to do, I guess.
I play rook d8 and rook.
Yeah.
No, rook d8. Yeah.
Rook d8, and then I get no, I kind of can't even do e3.
Rook e8.
I have to go. Yeah, rook e8 is a problem.
Rook e8 and move the h pawn.
Yeah. It's clinical. Easy. Yep. Okay. Rook d1. Okay, bishop takes h6. Bishop takes a6 was played. So rook e1 check. Rook a1 is what I would do. Rook a1, set up that deadly pin. And we could be seeing a potential upset where we have Utsak against Achi Belik, and Achi Belik, the international master from Mongolia, winning this one. So let's move on and let's have a look at some of the other games in progress. Let's move down to Maximovic against Khan, I think. And this one, Emre Khan, a player from Turkey, GM from Turkey, was in 2011 Turkish champion, playing against Bohan Maximovic from. And what do we think? It's Not as straightforward as the other games. It feels a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, white's up a pawn, and white has a passed h pawn, but white's bishop is trapped on h6.
Mm.
So it seems like
Yeah.
there's not much to do. It seems like nobody can do anything.
Yeah, how to make progress.
Yeah, black can just play bishop e5, bishop d4. I don't see what white does.
Mm. Maybe we can just backtrack a little bit and see what the trend has been. So I'll tell you how the bishop ended up. We had this position, and the bishop ended up on h6, rook h8, g5, and king e6, king g4, bishop d4. And you know what you said? That's happening right now. Black fully intends to just shuffle around.
Yeah,
And
this looks like a draw.
yeah, I agree.
I don't see how anybody breaks through.
This bishop is just so badly placed that you can just mess around and no one is breaking through. So, okay. So there's two other games on our top row, and then another one, Harshavarden against Mustafa Yilmaz, another grandmaster from Turkey. Let's head there. And this one was a rook and pawn endgame. And it's a rook and pawn endgame with both players have very far advanced pawns, but sometimes quality or quantity beats quality. You'll see what I mean. So white has a pawn, a far advanced pawn on c7, but black's pawn on g3 more than compensates that. And the extra g pawn and a pawn is going to be felt.
Yeah, black has a lot more pawns.
Mm. King f4.
Yeah, this is gonna be
Oi,
winning for
oi,
you.
oi. Yeah, I think the evaluation bar was just messing with us because it went up to,
Yeah.
like it said it was a draw, but I was like, no, it can't be a draw because
No.
the whole thing is, the black rook will give itself up for the c pawn, but white will have to give this rook up for the g pawn. And then there's a second g pawn, and there's an a pawn on the board. I don't see anything here.
No, this is just winning for Yilmaz.
Mm. I mean, you can just start advancing. I mean, is there any chance to go wrong? So rook b2, just because there's really nothing else to do. I mean, if black were to go g5, would that be a big mistake? I don't see why not.
No, g5 is fine.
Yeah, because if you try to build a bridge to cover the c pawn, you just go g2.
Mm-hmm.
And then nothing's stopping this one. So no, doesn't work.
The Martirosian game ended in a draw.
Oh, okay. Well, let's
that
quickly
crazy
have a
one.
look. Yeah, that was a crazy one. So let's have a look at what transpired there, because that we have a potential kind of surprising result there. Gahaya from Indonesia, 23-93. Haig Martirosian, 26-26. And when we left it with the queen going to g5. Yeah. And obviously queen to g1 was being threatened. So knight g3, rook h6. Big threat on g3. So you have to take some action to defend the knight. So rook g1 was being played. And yeah, it's unfortunate that you can't take the pawn on f5 because whoops, you get checkmated on h2. That would be a bad bad idea. You don't want to be doing that. So rook to g2 with the idea of capturing on f5, but unfortunately this allows check, rook g1, and now you're kind of either forcing white to kind of like get all tangled up and go queen g2, or rook g2, and so white chose to repeat moves. And I guess it's a very nice result. It's a very nice result, right? Drawing with the white pieces, complicated game against Heike Martirosyan, who's a fantastic grandmaster from Armenia. And John, we finally got somewhat of a surprise.
Yeah, it took until nearly the end of our game. I would say our first round, but we've got the other half of the round tomorrow, remember, for us to register that result. So a very, very hard-earned draw. And of course, it could have happened on any board, but today, maybe the least likely, as we see the biggest discrepancy between the highest and lowest rated. We have to remember that in this field, even the lowest rated players are pretty darn good. So it truly is quite remarkable that we haven't seen more upsets until now in the round. Ben, would you say that this is as expected? Were you expecting more upsets than this?
I thought there might be a couple of upsets. I didn't see any that were like, amazing. Just some minor upset. So pretty much went to form. And I think tomorrow we're going to, although I'm not doing commentary, I think we're going to see more upsets tomorrow.
Of course. Well, if you're not going to be here, Ben, we're obviously going to be upset that you're not. But Jovi, does that mean that on day one, we've got lots of players here, maybe playing a little bit conservatively, not wanting to take too many risks at the start of a tournament, and perhaps that's the reason why we're likely to see more risks being taken tomorrow?
Well, some players have their backs up against the wall because if they don't do anything other than win, they're going to be leaving the competition. And then it's very interesting, actually, for those players who've just drawn, because then it becomes a question of preparation. It becomes a question of how much risk you take. And especially I'm here thinking for the youngsters, do they want to take it to tie breaks? Do they feel like the faster time controls is that going to favor them? That's something that's always going to be on the players' minds. Which format is most suited to them? Where can they get the surprises in? And how should they respond? But like I said, it's going to be a whole lot of excitement. And if you have your back up against the wall, then you have to take that risk. That's one thing for sure. You cannot afford to do anything other than play exciting chess and just force your opponent to walk that narrow path.
I want to give both of you tremendous credit. We've managed to go through basically the entire day's broadcast without mentioning tie breaks once, and I think that's the right thing to do. But you're right. When we have a drawn result or a potential upset, we do have to start looking at, well, what actually happens if we go to tie breaks, and does it benefit the youngsters? Ben, I'll go to you first on this one. In an age where there's a lot more computer preparation, where you can spend loads of time theorizing about openings, does that maybe give an advantage to the more experienced players that have plenty of sidelines that can go out of book in the first couple of moves? Or are the tie breaks a young person's game?
No, tie breaks are a young person's game. In fact, even before the tie breaks, it's a young person's game. And as the time control speeds up, that helps the younger player more, and they won't be as exhausted from the first two rounds. So one of my rules is always bet on the younger player, and especially if it's tie breaks and blitz chess and rapid, then the younger player has the advantage. So if I'm the older player, I'm going to try to win in regulation rather than go to tie breaks.
Right. But there are... I'm looking for some straws to clutch at here, so do bear with me, Jovi. But because the tie breaks are rapid and blitz, we're not going to be in a situation where a player has to arrive at the board and do their best the next day after a 9-hour marathon the previous day, right? The good news is that because the tie breaks are at a faster time control, there will still be time for players to rest. How much of that is useful to the people in the playing hall?
Oh, it's incredibly useful. I mean, it used to be the case, and this is many years ago, where you finished the second game, you had maybe 3 hours, and then off you went and you played the tie breaks. Now you have a separate day allocated to tie breaks, and that gives players a much needed chance to kind of gather their thoughts. Because let's not forget that you don't necessarily prepare a match with ideas of playing the tie breaks. You come in there with a classical idea. This is what I'm going to do in the classical game. But with that extra time to prepare, you kind of think, okay, here I'm going to change here. And you will also have a better sense of the weakness and the strengths of your opponent. So you might have to do a complete plan shift. You might have to adapt and go for a completely different approach. So it's very handy to as well, I gotta say, to not have these 3 time controls that the players are playing in the FIDE Grand Swiss. I mean, it's nice that they don't have these very, very long games, as you mentioned, that ultimately each game is like 6 hours. That's manageable. It's only round 1 yet, but we got more fun to come. It's like a month full of chess, John.
It is indeed.
It's not a sprint. This event is truly a marathon.
And that's one of the interesting points for this versus a traditional Swiss event. You can say, well, how is it a marathon? Because people are getting knocked out and they're going home. Well, yes, but for the people who stay in, this is single elimination. It's about as brutal as it gets. And we're reaching the closing stages now of round number 1. Just a handful of games left. And this looks like a straight up pawn race between Grandmasters Lupulescu and Bloberger. Very, very close as far as rating is concerned. And even though the evaluation bars are dead set in the middle, this is always one of those positions, Ben, where you look at it and you go, yes, okay, I see this is probably equal, but either side makes one mistake and the whole game gets blown wide open. So you have to keep your wits about you.
That's right. You can't just think the game is going to end a certain way and relax. You can never relax in chess. But this game is probably going to end in a draw. But if either side blunders, I think they're going to do a repetition while we're still on the air.
Oh.
King C3, Rook F3 check. I think they're going to repeat and draw now.
Yep.
I think you might be right there. There's not really much else to... Oh,
Yeah,
there we
they
go.
do.
I mean, yeah, absolutely spot on, Ben. And telegraphing that in advance, I'm going to be asking you for some lottery numbers after the show for sure. But that is a draw. What else have we got? We've got 5 games left to go. All 5 games are not going to end in draws, by the way. We can see some pretty strong eval bars going here. Are there any games we haven't covered yet? There we go. We have a win for white, and Motilev will take down their opponent on the bottom row. So what games have we not covered? Jovi, of the 4 remaining, are there any games we haven't visited at all?
Yeah, we haven't looked at the game between Sargsyan against Lineage, and that one is going in favor of Sargsyan, who has got is exchange down, but he's got a lot of pawns, a lot of very good pawns as compensation, and Black's just desperately tried to break out with c6, c5. That's really not going to be helpful at all, because you can just take it, and sure enough, that pawn got taken.
It feels like we're in the sort of position where even if there are complications, white has more pawns and the knight is just so unshakable from its base on e6 that you're sat there as black going, fine, I can shuffle around and try and take the odd pawn, but can I succeed? Do I have enough time? There are so many white pawns on the board, and it's not easy for black to start picking these off.
No, it's not going to be easy at all. And the thing is that these pawns are not that far away from queening either. And the white king is handily placed to assist them. So, I mean, even if black were to go rook h1 and manage to pick up the h5 pawn, well, this pawn on h6 is going to take a whole load of time to get motoring. So it's going to be problematic. And meanwhile, you got the a5 pawn in business, c5, f5. Let's not forget that one, because you might even see ideas such as pawn to e5. So it's all about the strength of the pawns. It's all about how they can be assisted. Teamwork makes the dream work. It's such a cliche. It's so cheesy, but it's so true. And sure enough, just as you predicted, John, knight e6 makes an appearance.
Look, we're all about cliches. We love a good cliche. I'm going to hang on to something we said earlier in the broadcast and ask Ben what could be a very short and sweet question. We've been talking about hope a lot earlier on in the broadcast. It's very important to give your opponent maximum time, maximum opportunity to make mistakes. You're playing with the black pieces here, Ben. Is there anything about this position that, even if it's not outright giving you hope, what's left that you want to try?
Good question. I try to win the A3 pawn, so my pawn on A4 is counterplay. Although the last move that didn't help. Yeah, just hoping that I can sit here and defend, but there's too many pawns for white, too many passed pawns.
Well, talking about hope, there is some hope for Cristobal Henriquez in that game against Öztürk Agilbeg, because we had written that one off. Yeah, white went wrong big time, because when we left it, John, I mean, it was looking like a pin was going to end the game, but somehow or other, it was not to be.
Yeah, his
because
king was on C5, and he moved his king over to F4. Yeah, I didn't like that. This was the position
we left it. And Rook A1 happened.
Yeah, I think white relaxed.
And we were expecting... I mean, what was the move that we were expecting after this? Like H5, you know, we were looking at that. King comes back to D4. I mean, we did look at this, and somehow or other, king comes forward. Everything is going well for white. Black is never going to get out of this pin, because if you try to go like bishop b7, well, unfortunately, okay, let's just make a move. And this was the big move. This was the big blunder. And because the king came to d6, the black rook was able to unpin itself. And now, even though white's better, it's not as winning as it was before. So, and then here, whoops. And the C pawn has fallen off. So, talking about hope, you can never, ever give up, as they say. Yeah, because it was hopeless. It felt like, you know, white was doing the business, and it must be a very frustrating experience for white, you know, on the verge of getting a sensational result and now having to begin again. Because ultimately, even though the position is drawn, there's still some advantage for white because of the advanced pawn on h5. But yeah, unbelievable.
It goes to show that hope does get you places. Obviously, you need enough pieces on the board, and you need complicated enough positions for that to happen. There are certain types of positions where no matter how much hope you have, the position is so simple that you would need a blunder of enormous magnitude for anything to happen. Even though the eval bar is looking equal, I've also just spotted an exclam. So if we go ahead and take a look at Emre's game, he's playing Maximovic there in the middle of the top row. Just briefly, we saw the rook coming down to d3 with a check. And even though we're in exchange up here, it looks like we're going to be seeing repeated
Yeah,
moves.
they have to repeat because white's going to play h7, h8. And if black keeps checking and white moves the king towards the rook, then black can play rook h4, then black's winning. So neither player can do anything to stop the repetition.
Amazing. So a fair result based on what we've seen of this game so far. No. Do you guys think this is... No. What do we think should have happened? What went on here? Tell us the story of this game.
No, this game draw was the correct result.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when we left it, because we did peek in this one, we thought black had what was the definition of a perfect fortress. All black needed to do was shuffle the bishop. And I can see when that black was doing this, we left it here. There was no way that this bishop was ever going to get out. And black had the beautiful plan of moving the bishop backwards and forwards. Nothing to see here, but it does seem that things kind of took a turn for the, I'm not going to say the worst, but things kind of got exciting around about this point, because that seemed to be not the best move. And rook f5, again, not the best move, although I think the computer is being like it's been a bit fussy here, because ultimately I think it's absolutely fine. But what was really interesting was that white, you talked about risk earlier on, and this is a move that kind of defines risk. You know, white is kind of just saying, I want to play on, I want to win this one for as much as possible. And so he decides to kind of jettison the e-pawn. He could have, you know, just kind of continued, you know, just trying to get a rook to the A line, or, you know, just let black hold the balance. But no. He wanted to go for it one last try. And then after this was the point, and that the bishop does get out. And this bishop had to make that move. Otherwise, you've left yourself with a really, really bad bishop. Rook to g8 was being threatened. So once it's out, then we saw the checking where the rook came in and the white king couldn't escape the check. So it was a fair result. And tomorrow, everything to play for both of these players. You know, now it's going to be on Emre Can's shoulders. You know, he's got the white pieces. How much risk should he take? Should he push hard for a win? Should he, you know, try to play it solid and think about the long terms, the possibilities of tie breaks? I mean, those are the questions. Those are all the things that are running through the players' heads.
I would love to ask both of you a question in turn about taking risk. Because it's such a subjective thing, and it's such a difficult thing to quantify in chess. Ben, if I start with you, what factors come into your mind when you're trying to make a decision between a fairly boring but safe and concrete move and, you know what, it's time to throw caution to the wind. Let's roll the dice and really go for it. I imagine every situation is different, but there must be a million factors going through your head when you're trying to make that kind of decision, let alone under pressure after playing 4 hours of chess. Talk us through that process for you.
Yeah, normally I like to go the safe and solid route. If I think my position is worse, then I'll make the game interesting so that it's tougher for the opponent. But if I think I'm better or much better, then I won't do that. I'll do this safe and solid route. And yeah, it looks like we have a game that's going to finish in a second. Yeah, you just pulled the game up. Sargsyan's going to win.
Yeah, Sargsyan's going to win against Ranindu.
Yeah, usually I like the safe and solid route is the typical answer. But as you said, every situation is different, so it depends on the situation. But I'm typically a safe player.
How about yourself,
Is there any
Jovi?
stalemate tricks here? I don't see any stalemate
Yeah, we're
tricks.
seeing what might be the conclusion here. Both pawns. What can you do? Can you throw anything away to stale? That's got to be a last throw of the dice, right? Has black got anything here? It doesn't look like it.
No, there's no stalemate. The C7 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, the C7 pawn is hanging. I mean, you can throw away material, but really you are just throwing away material, delaying the inevitable. It's best to kind of throw in the towel. A8 is coming. It's unstoppable. And yeah, I think we are going to be seeing a handshake any second now. It's going to be a result. Yeah, no, when it comes to risk, it's an interesting thing, because in chess, I would almost say like life these days, it used to be the case that, you know, when you are the better player, you play it safe and sound and you just try to minimize the risk as much as possible. And just using that analogy, you know, the players who are 1 point ahead are going to be doing exactly that. They're going to be locking down the game. But for those players on half a point, you know, they're going to be looking at their opponents, the age of their opponents, you know, how much risk. And I would say that the risk profile for chess players have actually increased these days, because everyone has the same access to materials. Everyone has the same engines. And so what you're going to have to do in terms of risk is take that decision in the opening. And this is where you want your surprise. You don't want to be treading those main lines, those long reams of theory, because then you're just heading into perfection. And you know what perfection leads to in chess? A draw. And a very grandmasterly draw at that. So the risk is going to be there in the opening. You're going to probably be seeing a lot of surprises, a lot of unexpected turns, maybe some differences in style. But we can look forward to seeing how the players approach this tomorrow. For some, it's their debut. They don't have too much experience in the World Cup. For some, they're regulars in this particular event. They know exactly how to handle the nerves. They're big match players and they can deal with the pressures of being in those critical moments.
It's interesting as well, just thinking about the concept of, because look, unlike other esports, chess doesn't get patched. White doesn't get nerfed. Black doesn't get buffed. The rules of the game remain the same. And yet you can see the meta game constantly shifting. What players choose to do, when they want to take risks, how they approach the game depending on their opponent. It's possibly the only example of a widely broadcast game in 2025 where you actually get to see what is a true metagame develop, where everything else has constantly and consistently stayed the same. I feel like the only differences that have maybe made a change to that meta over the years, Ben, you can probably fill in my gaps here, but I would expect the introduction of increment was probably a major shift, and maybe to an extent different time controls, but nothing else has ever really changed, has it?
No, the biggest change in chess since I was playing a long time ago is online. And the fact that people are playing more blitz and rapid now than they used to play. The online chess has changed chess forever. And, you know, being able to play chess in your home, playing quick time controls, getting chess lessons with grandmasters thousands of miles away. Those are the internet is the big change in chess since I was playing. When I was a kid, we go to a chess club. That's crazy. Otherwise, you didn't play chess.
I promise you those still exist, but you're right. They're supplemented by many hundreds of poorly played 3-minute chess games throughout the week, as far as I'm concerned anyway.
Very poorly played.
Jovi, would you say, would you concur? Is there anything else you'd want to add there about how chess has changed over the years? Obviously, the internet being a huge driver in how the game is now played.
Yeah, I mean, totally agree with Ben there about the internet. And I would just kind of elaborate on that. There's also the access to information, because before it felt like you couldn't get access to special kind of knowledge. And you really had to kind of employ a very strong grandmaster. And again, that relied on geographical proximity. Whereas now on the internet, you can just have the world's best players in your fingertips. You can just simply have access to their games. They're very, very vocal about sharing their knowledge. I mean, where else can you hear the thoughts of Magnus Carlsen, like talking about his games and how he thinks? I mean, we have chessable courses where people can book themselves up to the nines, and we're talking about fantastic material here. So many changes in the chess world, and it's just meant that you see these young kids, they're becoming stronger and stronger because they're adapting to this in a very good, very quick way. And I remember the words of Pragnanda just now, where he said, yeah, you can learn an opening overnight. That to me was like completely earth-shattering, because I was like, really? You can do that? You can get the subtleties? But for the youngsters of these days, yeah, they're able to access this deep knowledge that used to be hidden, that you used to have to spend years mastering. And it's there. Someone just has to say this to you, and then you're like, oh, that makes perfect sense. So I would say that computers, internet, the great equalizer when it comes to age and experience.
Look, I want to get on my old person soapbox for a second. and argue that experience still plays a big part, because I can learn an opening in an evening for the great privilege of forgetting it all and going wrong the next day. It's one thing having access to the material. It's quite another committing it to your brain and then recalling the exact thing you need to at will over a chessboard, right? Two very different skills, both of which are extremely important in this modern game. And dragging us back to the position just for a second, obviously the eval bar is completely equal. This is a theoretically drawn endgame, rook and bishop versus rook. But it is worth pointing out that white had the option just now of playing rook c2 check, trading off all of the pieces on the board and going straight into a king versus king draw. And white did not do that. So it's important to say that we're still trying to push for a win here.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of rook and bishop endgames, it's actually a little bit more favorable than normal because the king has been driven down to b2 and the rook is not on the best square on d1, and they tend to be easier to hold if the king is out there in the middle. Once you concede the third row or the second row, then you start finding yourself in problems. Like, for instance, you know, you don't want to be going like this, king a1 with your king.
Right.
I mean, why would you do that? but it's not a good idea to kind of like do that kind of stuff with your king. Instead, you need to be kind of going up to king a3. You need to be maximizing the escape routes, the space around the black king. And yeah, you got to also start mobilizing the rook. So you want to be giving it maximum checking distance to get behind. And in this case, start checking on the side.
And for those watching at home, don't worry if the clocks seem a bit odd. No one's lost on time as far as we know. We think there's just an issue with the delayed transmission, but we've still got the moves on the board. Ben, if you're playing with the white pieces here and you just want to test black's knowledge and try and set up some sort of trap, what are we looking at here?
You want to move your king towards the other person's king and get the black king to the back row. There's more than one back row. And this is like close to a win. This is a draw still, but this is more difficult than when they started. So I don't know if black knows how to draw this. Well, it says the game's over.
Oh, I beg your pardon. So we've seen a couple of games where we had a bit of an issue with like the DGTs transmitting the time. But it looks like white did win this, so it's quite possible that this was a win on time. So let's keep talking about this position for a second, because I don't want to interrupt you, Ben. I think this is really quite instructive. This is theoretically drawn, but white's pushing because there are plenty of ways for white to win still. Talk us through what has to happen.
Right. White wants to push black's king to the back row and then mate with the rook and bishop or force the win of the black rook. Black has to know some defenses. And I don't know if black blundered or black lost on time or something else happened, but this position is still a draw. So maybe they made some moves and we don't have them. It's also possible he lost on time, which is hard to believe with a 30-second increment.
And it's a relatively strong upset, 150 points, IM versus GM in round one as well. But Jovi, to be fair, that sets us up for an absolutely fantastic Cristobal comeback tomorrow, where he has to win on demand just to take it to tiebreak. I'm looking forward to that already.
Yeah, me too. Like we said, you got the white pieces. You're in a must-win situation. What are you going to do? What are you going to bring to the table? Have you prepared for this possibility as well? I mean, those are the questions that we are going to find answers to tomorrow. And I can tell you one thing, John and Ben, it's going to be dramatic.
So we are very much looking forward to that. Let's give you guys a little bit of a glimpse of what the brackets look like. There are 16 of these, by the way. So Ben, I'm going to let you start. Talk us through a couple of these and names you are looking out for. These screens are probably going to change every 20 seconds or so. We got 16 of them to get through.
Yeah, I think the big favorites, well, Gukesh is the big favorite, obviously, in that bracket.
Yep.
In this bracket, Yu Yang is a big favorite. Sindarov's really good. And I expect that for most part, the higher rated players are going to do really well. Mamedyarov, of course. Hari Krishna is really good. Yeah, once you get to like round 3, then all the matches are toss-ups because everybody's 2,700.
Right.
But until round 3, I think round 1 and 2, we can expect the higher rated players typically to win the matches with a few upsets, strewn about. Wesley So, he's got to be a big favorite to make it to round 4 or 5.
Well, one kind of thing, we do see some draws being given by the high rated players. Arian Tari drawing to Rhea near Manon. And otherwise, we're seeing very much things going according to rating and to seeding. And there was a draw between Babu Lalit against Max Varmadam. And again, a lot of the favorites they've been given by, so we don't quite manage to see whether they're in form or not. But it is going to be in round 2 where things are going to start to just heat up as the favorites, they probably go through to the second round, and then we'll get to see them test their mettle. Anish Giri, man of the moment, having a fantastic time. He's already qualified for the candidates. He's probably going to be very chill about playing this particular format. Well, he's going to be facing the winner of either Emre Khan or Boyan Maximovic. Again, I've got my eyes out for any potential surprises, and I'm seeing that everything was pretty balanced. Maybe Daniel Barish drawing against Raunik Sadwani is something to note. Daniel Barish, an international master from South Africa. Raunik probably expected to win that match. And Faustino Oro against Ante Brkic. And that's going to be super exciting because they drew today, and tomorrow, well, all bets are off. We'll see whether the 12-year-old gets knocked out of the competition or progresses to the next stage.
We've got a potential for a Chucky Sam Shankland matchup as early as round 2, assuming that Ivanchuk progresses tomorrow. So that already for me is absolutely mouth-watering. Nihal Sar and David Navarra in round 3 as well. A potential on the screen that you guys just saw. And then Esipenko Kaima looks like it's the, on paper at least, favorite to meet in round 4 of this section of the bracket, but completely decisive results here in the first round so far. Nothing out of the ordinary. Very interesting stuff, and plenty of potential great round 3 and round 4 matchups, with the odd round 2 that's making us raise our eyebrows as well. So there's going to be so much to cover, and this tournament lasts, basically the entire month of November as well. A potential all-American clash too between Sevian and Hans in this bit of the bracket. I think this might even be the last 1 or 2. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, and some great games. Salem playing a wonderful game, full of sacrifices. Well, he'll be in great shape for tomorrow's game, and if he wins, he'll be facing the young talent that is Abhimanyu Mishra. And it's nice to see Peter Leko. For a long time he's been a trainer, he's been a second, he's been a commentator. Well, he's gone back to playing, and he did straight to round 2. And he's going to be facing the victor of between either Bobby Cheng or Jagadish Siddharth from Singapore. And Andy Woodward also winning a nice game. So in good shape for tomorrow's round. And tomorrow's round is the day where it gets all emotional, where we say goodbye to some players. We see whether people can make their comebacks. And it's going to be such an eventful, full of excitement.
It's strange, isn't it? Because tomorrow will be the event where we lose the most players in the tournament. Normally you get to sort of round 9 in a Swiss and you think this is where it's all bloodthirsty. It's actually the end of round 1 in the FIDE World Cup where the most number of players are getting sent home at once. What does that do, Ben, psychologically? This tournament feels like it operates in a very different way, on a different level to some of the others that we might typically see on a broadcast.
Yeah, that's right. And I think for a lot of the people, they realize that the first match might be their only match. And psychologically, that's very difficult because the tournament lasts so long and you want to be part of the tournament and you want to play a lot of matches, but you know the first match is already going to be very difficult. And half the people lose their first match. So that's what happens in the tournament. And you have to realize that's going to happen. I think that gives the advantage to people who have played the format before, who are used to getting knocked out early or not getting knocked out and winning playoff matches. Because this is a very unusual format for a chess tournament. So it favors the people who have played in the World Cups before.
Thank you very much for that, Ben. And Jovi, your closing thoughts. You've mentioned already that this is a ruthless format, but if you're still in the tournament, what are you doing to steel yourself for the days ahead?
Oh, you have to just consult your game plan. Every single player, I guarantee you, they would have been preparing for this moment for many weeks, if not months. And what they have to do is stay calm, stay collected. Again, stick to the plan and just make sure that tomorrow that they are well rested and they come willing to fight. It's as simple as that, and it's actually probably the most difficult thing to do in chess.
So the players will be here well rested and ready to fight, hopefully, as will we. Make sure that you tune in to the broadcast at the appropriate time. We are live from 9:30 in the morning where I am in London, but you can see we start play at 3 o'clock Indian Standard Time. Have a look for your time zone on this map, and we look forward to seeing you on this broadcast same time, same place tomorrow. We're going to be here through most of November, to be honest, because with the exception of the odd rest day, it is pretty much ticking on day in, day out. So that concludes today's Chess24 broadcast of the FIDE World Cup live from Goa. I hope you guys have enjoyed the broadcast as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you. For now, it is goodbye from Ben, Jovi, and myself, everyone behind the scenes in the production team, and everyone on hand at the venue, helping us to bring this broadcast to you in as smooth a way possible. We look forward to welcoming you back on stream tomorrow. Take care for now, and we'll see you then.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake, the 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.